Good morning. Welcome into BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports. I am Kate Constable here with you for the next 5 hours. If you want to join us and watch online, you can do so over at YouTube. Just search BetMGM Game Day. You can also follow us on Twitter over at Westwood One Sports. Big show today. A lot of NFL news to get to. Some training camp injuries are just piling up left and right. So we're going to talk about those, the impact that they will have going forward. We'll dive into a little World Series odds and some baseball news with the trade deadline having come and gone. And the race for the postseason in full effect. Nick Hennian is going to join us from BetMGM at 1 p.m. Eastern. We'll talk some NFL with him. We'll do some power rankings as always. We'll draft. And then, we'll talk NFL pretty heavily. Also, we got to get to the Kawhi Leonard story with the Clippers. I mean, another just bad turn for what's going on in that sense. It's not looking good for the Clippers, Steve Ballmer, Kawhi Leonard. It's kind of a mess in LA, in Clipperland, that is. We will also talk to Nick Shook at 3 p.m. Eastern. He's a writer for NFL.com and appears on NFL Network. So a lot of NFL talk today with some baseball, with some college football, all of that mixed in as well. But we're going to start the show the same way we start the show every week, and that is with our high five. So without further ado, let's go with number 5.
5.
A 1st and 5. Robinson off the right side, breaks free. Bijan Robinson spinning down the sideline, still going. Can they catch him? They cannot. Touchdown, Falcons, 81 yards.
Bijan Robinson, touchdown against the Bills, Week 6 on Monday Night Football. That's Chris Fowler on the call for ESPN. And it's time that running backs get paid once again. Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jonathan Taylor. We're going to dive into this conversation a little bit more in depth coming up in about 15, 20 minutes from now. But just to recap the contracts that these three players received over the last week. Jahmyr Gibbs, a 3-year, $67.5 million salary. That's up to $75 million in max earning opportunities. $22.5 million per year, 51.5 guaranteed. A very similar contract for Bijan Robinson. He's 66 million. So instead of the 22.5 per year that Jahmyr Gibbs is getting, Bijan Robinson 22.25 per year. So both of those 3-year deals. And then Jonathan Taylor, a 2-year, $44 million. So we're back up to paying running backs again. 22 mil a year is kind of with a new market, and Jahmyr Gibbs has set the new market there. So that's a big change from the $10 million franchise tag that a lot of running backs played on just a couple years ago. Saquon Barkley being one of those. But again, we will dive into that a little bit more in depth coming up. Let's go with number 2.
4.
Here's Cunningham up ahead of the field, lays it in, plus the foul, and then Cunningham gets into the face of Dejanay Carrington right away in the aftermath. And Cunningham has to be
that would be number 4, not number 2. That's my bad. I was going the opposite direction there. Yesterday, the Fever and Sky over on ESPN. That was Ryan Ruocco on the call. I was at this game. I was doing the pre and halftime and post game for 104.3 The Score, one of our Odyssey stations here in Chicago. And I mean, this was a textbook flagrant 2 foul on Dejanay Carrington. Sophie Cunningham has a wide open breakaway layup coming, and Dejanay Carrington tracks her down. And I don't think it was necessarily intentional the way she hit her. Like, I don't think she tried to take her head off, but she certainly did. Got her around the neck. Sophie Cunningham goes down, pops back up pretty quickly, and gets in the face of Dejanay Carrington. Those two have some words, a few shoves. Carrington gets ejected for a flagrant 2, which, flagrant 1, you stay in the game, you shoot free throws. Flagrant 2, and you hit the showers a little bit early. So Dejanay Carrington ejected after that hard foul. She goes into the locker room, gets on her phone, starts tweeting, tweets out white privilege. So the WNBA right now needs to get a hold on things. Commissioner Kathy Engelbright needs to... I mean, this league is just a mess. There's no other way around it right now. The league is a mess. I mean, again, textbook flagrant 2 foul. I guess I don't know. I'm not in the locker room. These players know each other well. I mean, for Dejanay Carrington to then go and start getting on her phone and tweeting, again, just a mess of a league right now. Caitlin Clark also received her 8th technical yesterday in the game for bumping a ref. That was a ridiculous call as well. I mean, her momentum just brought her into the ref, and they bumped because of that. That technical was rescinded very quickly within 2 hours after the game ended, because if it hadn't been Caitlin Clark, that was her 8th technical, she would have been suspended for a game. So at least the league got that right in terms of quickly resolving that issue. They're going to have bigger issues on their hands following this play between Carrington and Cunningham in the aftermath of the conversations that are going to be going on because of this. All right, let's head over to the NFL and hit number 3.
3.
Coach, you said that you're still in the information gathering phase with Kobe and his injury. Does that mean that the reported 8 to 10 week timeline is not confirmed yet?
I don't know where you guys got that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, hasn't been said here. So I'll let you guys know whenever we know for sure what it looks like for him.
I love when Ben Johnson kind of has the passive-aggressive, smart aleck comments back to the media. I don't know where you guys got that. 6 to 8 weeks? I don't know. 8 to 10 weeks? Not quite sure where you guys got that, because he has not said it. But Kobe Bryant, defensive back for Chicago. Yeah, that's a big blow right now for the Bears. I mean, things are not going well in Chicago in terms of the safeties, the DBs, the corners, they are pretty thin there, and the injuries just keep piling up. Luther Burden, also for Chicago, exited practice with a leg injury. He landed awkwardly in one-on-one drills, so he walked off with the trainer yesterday. So things are piling up for the Chicago Bears, but they are not the only team as well. The biggest news coming yesterday was, or out this morning, but happened yesterday, I believe, or maybe even happened this morning. Laramie Tunsil for the Commanders is going to be out for some significant time. He tore his tricep and will need surgery. That's a huge blow to the team's offensive line, their stability there. He protects Jaden Daniels' blind side. Like, that is just a massive blow for a Commanders team that was healthy, had a good roster coming in, was starting to feel good about, bouncing back from a poor season last year. And all of a sudden, one of your top tackles, one of the top tackles in the league, goes off and is now going to miss significant time. I mean, you're talking maybe half the season with some surgery coming there, and they just gave him a contract extension last year. He was first ever $30 million per year offensive tackle in the NFL. So if that tells you anything about how important he is to the Commanders and what they, how they saw his role this season, Laramie Tunsil going out is a massive, massive blow for the Commanders. Elsewhere around the league, I mean, the 49ers injuries are piling up as well. You have Ricky Pearsall. He's ruled out for the season. Over on the Kansas City Chiefs, you have Cyrus Allen, who avoided a season-ending scare. He's got a bruised shin, so he should be okay. But, I mean, to not be in training camp practice right now, Xavier Worthy is dealing with some stuff. And so, again, these injuries just keep piling up. Alec Pierce, Josh Downs for the Colts, they're both dealing with ankle injuries and PUP list designations. So that thins the Colts receiving core. It feels like there are more injuries in training camp this year than we've seen in a long time, but that could also just be more significant names or bigger names having injuries. Jalen Walker for the Falcons tore his ACL early in camp. For Atlanta's defense, that's a huge blow in his second season. Training camp injuries, not ideal right now. We'll dive into a little bit more in depth later on in the show, kind of the effect of a lot of these and where these teams stand with these injuries piling up. Let's go with number 2.
2.
May over the middle. He's got Diggs. Stephon Diggs at the 5. Diggs, stiff arm, diving for the pylon. Touchdown! What a play by Stephon Diggs.
Stephon Diggs has a new team. Speaking of the Commanders, Stephon Diggs has signed with the Washington Commanders to strengthen their receiving core. He now joins Terry McLaurin, Luke McCaffrey, Antonio Williams, De'Ami Brown. So Diggs kind of already slots himself into that wide receiver 2 role behind Terry McLaurin, who's been, with the Commanders for quite some time. But I like this move for the Commanders. I like it for Stephon Diggs. I think it's a good fit for him. Diggs tore his ACL 2024. He had over 1,000 yards last season for the Patriots. And that's also while running the fewest routes of his career when playing more than 8 games. So he was a big part of the Patriots Super Bowl run. And a lot of people have credited his leadership, which I don't always look at Stephon Diggs and say leadership. But a lot of people in the Patriots organization, Patriots roster, credit him for that in terms of why they had a lot of success last season. So more than 1,000 yards in his last 7 full seasons. I think he is going to play a big role in this Commanders offense. And with Jaden Daniels at the helm there, it's just unfortunate now that what was looking like a pretty good offense with Laramie Tunsil on the offensive line is now going to be without him, and they're going to have to pivot in that regard. So you add Stephon Diggs, you subtract Laramie Tunsil. What does that get you for the Commanders? Not the best situation, but at least wide receiver room got a little bit better. All right, let's go number 1.
1.
Carson Beck in the Cards inside the 5 for Fehoko in the end zone. And he's got it for the touchdown. Jimmy Fehoko, receiver out of Stanford. And Beck with a nice touch. Cardinals come down the field and score.
Hall of Fame game between the Cardinals and Panthers. Carson Beck shows out in that game. And if there was any conversation early on, well, there was with Jacoby Brissett and Carson Beck, and, you know, Brissett not signing his or wanting more money, wanting a different contract. And, you know, maybe you do without Jacoby Brissett and you just throw Carson Beck into the fold and let him start. Obviously, that's not going to be the case. Jacoby Brissett's going to be the starter for the Cardinals, but Carson Beck's made a great case for himself in the Hall of Fame game in terms of, hey, I can play in this league. Again, I know it's a Hall of Fame game. I know you're not playing your normal starters and all of that. But I mean, 15 of 19, a 78% completion percentage. He threw for 188 yards, almost 10 yards per attempt, a touchdown, no interception. He led the Cardinals offense on 3 scoring drives and 17 points in the second quarter. One of those throws, a pretty good back shoulder fade for his first professional touchdown, and played the entire first half before leaving at halftime and with a tie ball game. So Carson Beck in his debut looked pretty good in the Hall of Fame game. Again, we know it's the Hall of Fame game. We know these teams aren't playing their normal players and everything's a little bit more relaxed. But I mean, you'd prefer your rookie quarterback to go out and ball out in a Hall of Fame game than go out in a Hall of Fame game and kind of lay a dud. So maybe that means if Jacoby Brissett struggles a little bit early on in the season, or, you know, midway through, Carson Beck comes in a couple weeks earlier than maybe he would have if the Arizona Cardinals believe that he can be a difference maker going forward for their franchise. And so getting him all the experience that he can this season, probably a pretty good idea. That sound that you heard of the touchdown pass from Carson Beck, courtesy of Mike Tirico on NBC. All right, coming up, I mentioned all of the running backs that got paid with Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jonathan Taylor. We're going to break down what that means in terms of where the running back market is right now and how valued running backs are. That's coming up on the other side of the break. We will then dive into an interesting story. Akron football is going to let a fan call their opening drive, script the opening drive. Very interesting promo there from the Akron Zips. Later on in the show, Nick Hennigan and Nick Shook will both join us to talk a little NFL. We'll dive into, obviously, some baseball, college football. And PJ Glasser is going to co-host with me. He will be joining me at the top of the hour. But coming up on the other side, we will do a little running back market and where that all stands. You're listening to BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports with Kate Constable. Good morning, Westwood One Sports, BetMGM Game Day. I'm Kate Constable here. PJ Glasser will join me at the top of the hour. He's going to co-host with us for the remainder of the show, but we are here with you for the next 4.5 hours or so and got a lot of stuff to cover throughout. Training camp injuries continuing to pile up for a number of teams. It does kind of feel like there's more training camp injuries this season, or maybe more high profile ones than we've seen in years past. So we'll talk about all of those and how that impacts these teams going forward. Nick Hennian is going to join us at 1 o'clock from BetMGM. He'll talk to us about the upcoming NFL season, maybe get some bets from him, some win totals, things like that he is looking at for this year. And then Nick Shook is going to join us at 3 p.m. Eastern. I'll talk some more NFL. He's from NFL.com. We'll power rank. We will draft things that we, two things that we do each and every Sunday here on BetMGM Game Day. We'll also dive into some MLB talk, some World Series odds, and then what's going on with Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers. It's not good right now. It's not good. It feels like my dad always had this saying, if it smells like fish, it's fish. And it's smelling pretty, even fishier than it was when this initial investigation started for the Clippers and Kawhi Leonard into the Aspire stuff. So we'll dive into that later on in the show. If you want to join us on YouTube, you can do so. You can watch the show, chat with us in the chat. Just search BetMGM Game Day on, or BetMGM Tonight rather, on YouTube. And if you want to call in, have any thoughts on any of the conversations we are having, or want to text in and we'll read your text, that is 310-840-4910. All right, let's dive into some of the running backs that got paid. I mean, there are a lot of players that got paid this week, but specifically the running back market has kind of been reset in a sense. 3 big names getting paid this week. That's Bijan Robinson, a 3-year, $66 million deal, 51 of that guaranteed. He's under contract now through 2030, and that's sitting at $22.25 million per year. I mean, very well deserved, right? He's coming off a season. He led all running backs in yards after contact over expected. It was more than double every player outside of Christian McCaffrey, ranked 3rd in rush yards over expected. And again, McCaffrey, one of the players above him. So very much deserving of a new contract, and a lucrative one as well. Jahmyr Gibbs also got paid, and Jahmyr Gibbs reset the market. He's the highest paid running back now, just a little bit higher than Robinson. Gibbs signed a 3-year, $67 million deal. That's 51.5 guaranteed and an average salary of 22.5. So he's the highest paid running back in league history. And then you have Jonathan Taylor, signed a 2-year, $44 million contract. That's through 2028, and 22 per year, 39 of that guaranteed. Those 3 players, the production that they put forth last year, certainly deserving of new and large contracts. It's just kind of interesting from where we were just 3 years ago with the running back market. I want to take you back a little history, not a history lesson, but it'll just recap a little history of what's gone on the last couple of years for running backs. 2023, Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, Tony Pollard, they all got franchise tagged at just $10 million per year, failed to get long-term deals done before the deadline, and so they played on the franchise tag. Jonathan Taylor at that time, he was in a bit of a standoff with the Colts in terms of wanting to get paid. And I mean, talk about players taking to social media. There were a lot of running backs that took to social media in 2023 to talk about the need, the want, the desire for running backs to get paid. Jonathan Taylor being one of those. He tweeted out, 1, if you're good enough, they'll find you. 2, if you work hard enough, you'll succeed. If you succeed, 3, you boost the organization. And then, well, doesn't matter, you're a running back. Derrick Henry also had some thoughts at this point. He said, quote, at this point, just take the running back position out of the game then. The ones that want to be great and work hard as they can to give their all to an organization just seems like it don't even matter. I'm with every running back that's fighting to get what they deserve. So this was a point where running backs were not valued monetarily. At least that's what a lot of these backs felt. Najee Harris, I remember, retweeted Derrick Henry, and I don't remember the exact verbatim context, but essentially said, I agree with you, stand with you. Running backs need to be more valued in terms of contract. So 2023, we're at a point where Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, some of the top running backs in the league are playing for $10 million. And now here we are just 3 years later, and $22 million is where we're sitting at for the top backs in the league. So, I mean, what's really changed from then and now? Well, one, Saquon Barkley going over to Philadelphia in 24 and the Eagles paying him. And at the time, the conversation there was like, why would Howie Roseman, who's one of the smartest roster builders in the league, pay a running back and pay him as much as he did? A 2-year, $41 million extension. That's, just over 20 and a half per year. But what happened? Saquon Barkley goes out. He rushes for over 2,000 yards, almost sets the single season record. It's the right running back, the top running backs, the ones that are multidimensional. Those are the ones that deserve to get paid. And again, that's what we're seeing here. That same time, 2024, Derrick Henry goes to the Ravens, puts up 1,900 yards, 16 touchdowns. Josh Jacobs goes to Green Bay, 1,300 yards, 15 touchdowns. Both of those teams make the playoffs. And I mean, Ravens are, typically a playoff team, but both of those players brought immediate help in terms of helping to make the playoffs. So again, I'm not advocating that every running back deserves a big lucrative contract, but the ones that are multidimensional, and all the names I just named, Henry, Jacobs, obviously Gibbs, Saquon, certainly are worthy of that. I also think just in terms of the shift between maybe running backs not being valued enough and being what some people may think is overvalued right now. Maybe they, I don't know, maybe they still think they're not valued enough, but analytics, played a role in this. I don't think that was wrong. And like, running backs are one of the more replaceable positions in football when you compare it to obviously a quarterback or an elite receiver, elite corner, elite tackle. But it kind of went from like, don't overpay average running backs to running backs don't matter. And I'm talking back in 2023, and those aren't really the same statements, right? Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs, they're not your average running back. They're not taking handoffs for 3 yards up the middle. I mean, Robinson had almost 200 catches for 1,700 receiving yards through 3 seasons for the Falcons. That's pretty good. Like, that's not your average running back, because obviously he's making an impact in the receiving game as well. Jahmyr Gibbs caught at least 50 passes in each of his 3 seasons, averaging almost 5.5 yards per carry at that same time. So again, you're getting him in the passing game, in the obviously the running game. I mean, it's very Christian McCaffrey-esque, but they're up until some of, Robinson, Saquon, Gibbs, there aren't too many players that have that same ability to be as effective in both areas. So these players that are getting paid right now are more so like running back is, of course, their position, but like they're kind of just a Swiss Army knife of an offensive weapon that happen to line up at the running back position. And typically, you kind of think the Swiss Army is the tight end, but I think you can make a similar case of some sort for these type of running backs who make an impact in various areas of the offense. And then I think it's also important to note that, $22 million per year is the new somewhat, the new, not norm, but it's the new ceiling right now for where running backs are at. And that sounds enormous, but it's also the salary cap's gone up. It's now over $300 million. If you think back to 2019, when Ezekiel Elliott, when he signed for $15 million a year, the cap was only 188. So back in 2019, Ezekiel Elliott, his $15 million was nearly 8% of the cap. And right now, Jahmyr Gibbs at 22.5 is 7.5%. So in other words, Gibbs is setting the record here without actually consuming a larger portion of the cap than elite running backs did even, 7 years ago. So it's not that teams are necessarily like spending recklessly on running backs. It's within kind of what's been going on for a very long time in terms of the percentage of the cap. So that's just, another angle as to 22 million may sound like a lot for a running back, but in reality, in terms of roster construction and all that, it's really not all that much. Now, I will say that the one thing that I find interesting in looking at these extensions that they signed is that teams are still worried about the shelf life of running backs. I think that's always still going to be a conversation, just because the running back, you're getting pounded every single down that you're out there, essentially. And so what teams are not doing is giving long-term contracts. Jonathan Taylor is 27 years old, and the Colts just gave him 2 additional years. Bijan, Gibbs, they're even younger. They only got 3-year extensions, whereas back when Ezekiel Elliott signed his big $90 million extension, that was 6 years, and that kind of became a cautionary tale for teams because he didn't last all those 6 years in terms of his production being at the top of where it was when Dallas signed him to that contract. So teams are essentially saying, like, we'll pay you superstar money during your superstar years. We just aren't going to be paying you much past that. We're not going to be paying you at 31, 32, 33. So the lesson that I think teams learn from the Ezekiel Elliott deal as well is that it's not don't ever pay a running back. It's don't pay for their declining years, which is why a lot of times you see players get a little bit, 3, 4, 5-year extensions in other positions. And the running back, you're seeing a lot of 2-year, 3-year because they're a little bit more cautious about how the production might decline and how quickly it might decline for running backs, more so than other positions. One other point to make here is that I think we're also seeing some resurgence within the draft in drafting running backs high. Remember when the Lions took Jahmyr Gibbs? They took him 12th overall in 2023, and everyone was like, what are the Lions doing? This is crazy to take a running back that high. Bijan Robinson was a little bit different. He was also drafted in 2023. He went 8th overall, but he came out a little bit more highly regarded. And now you have Ashton Genty, 6th overall last year. Jeremiah Love, 3rd overall this previous draft in 2026. And that's the highest a running back has been taken since Saquon Barkley. So organizations are investing premium draft capital and premium money at the running back position. So to say that the NFL kind of devalued running backs, I think it was fair for a small part of time when a lot of those running backs were getting franchise tagged in 2023. But I don't necessarily think that's the case now. I think for these top backs who, again, are versatile, multidimensional, they're being valued properly. It just is not every running back has those skill sets, right? So, did the NFL undervalue running backs, or did a new generation of running backs just kind of force teams to reconsider what that position could be? I would say the answer to that question is probably somewhere in the middle. Average running back is still replaceable. And most teams have average running backs. And so I think that factor, that sentiment is still very true. But the running backs that I've talked about over the last 10 minutes are not your average running backs, right? Those guys, Barkley, Jonathan Taylor, they're not interchangeable parts. And I think the league, these teams have kind of stopped, not pretending, but shown that they believe that they are not interchangeable parts and they have more value, and they're finally getting paid a little bit more value for their production. And just to quickly compare that to the Ravens signing wide receiver Zay Flowers to a massive 4-year, $140 million contract extension. That's a very big, lucrative deal, $108 million in guaranteed money. And so you look at the production that these top running backs have given their teams over the last couple of seasons, And you compare that to what Zay Flowers, and I'm not saying Zay Flowers is not an elite receiver. I mean, he certainly is. But when you have $67 million for 3 years for Gibbs and 66 for Robinson, and all of a sudden you look at what Zay Flowers is getting at 4 years, 140 mil and 108 guaranteed, I think there is some conversations that need to be had there at, getting paid more in average annual value wise. I mean, that's $35 million a year for Zay Flowers. So something that maybe the NFL needs to fix when it comes to impact running backs getting paid a little bit more. And yes, they have gotten paid a little bit more at $22.5 million per year, but is that enough? Does that number still need to get even higher? If you want to weigh in on that, give us a call. Shoot us a text, 310-840-4910. Again, PJ Glasser will join us at the top of the hour. He'll co-host the rest of the show with me. But coming up on the other side of the break, Akron football. Interesting promotion. They're going to allow a fan to script the opening drive for their first game this upcoming season. Will that result in a touchdown? Will that result in an interception, a turnover? It'll be interesting to see. But either way, Akron football is putting itself on the map right now and in the conversation because of this promotion. We're going to talk about that on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. Kate Constable here with you on BetMGM Game Day. It was a busy weekend in football, both with training camps going on across the league, numerous injuries, and the Hall of Fame induction taking place yesterday. We'll chat about that in just a moment. But this segment, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. PJ Glasser going to join us here at the top of the hour. He'll co-host with me for the remaining 4 hours of the show. We'll talk to Nick Hennigan of BetMGM at 1 p.m. Eastern, and then Nick Shook of NFL.com at 3 p.m. Eastern. We'll also dive into some Major League Baseball, look at some World Series odds. And so head over to BetMGM. There's a promo there. Players will receive an MLB Odds Boost token and an MLB Parlay Boost token. So to use this token, add MLB bets to your bet slip and activate the respective token. If you win your wager that was made with either token, you'll win. You will receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. So head over to BetMGM, take advantage of that MLB promo going on right now. And if you stick around and listen to, the remainder of the show, again, we will talk some MLB and maybe give you some MLB bets that you could put forth with those that boost those tokens going forward. All right. Before we dive into some Hall of Fame, well, actually, you know what? Let's start with some of the Hall of Fame stuff we saw yesterday. Just some of the highlights that I, took away from what's going on. The Hall of Fame inductees yesterday, historic 5-member class, Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, Roger Craig, Adam Vinatieri, and Luke Kuechly. Kuechly being the second youngest player ever inducted into the Hall of Fame at age 35. The Panthers defender. Pretty impressive stuff there. He was introduced by his father, his dad, Drew Brees, presented by his former head coach, Sean Payton. He delivered a great speech talking about his motivation, playing for the love of the game for his teammates, talked about, tear-jerking little segment on his late mother and his wife and what it meant to him coming to New Orleans and with Katrina, all of that stuff. So I loved what Drew Brees had to say. Larry Fitzgerald as well being inducted. His speech more about mentorship, his father, people who have kind of inspired him and given their time to him. Kurt Warner, Dennis Green, Randy Moss, Chris Carter being a couple of those people who really shaped him. So his message to his sons, essentially, surround yourself with people that are willing to tell you what you need to hear. And some of those people that I just named are those that were able to tell Larry Fitzgerald what he needed to hear throughout his career and ultimately, kind of attributed a lot of his success to them. Adam Vinatieri, his speech was a little bit more comedy ridden. Came the third full-time kicker inducted. Made some jokes about Peyton Manning's big forehead. Some jokes about Bill Belichick missing the ceremony because he was judging his girlfriend's cheerleading competition. Interesting stuff there. But funny and kind of fun to watch nonetheless. The biggest piece of news is maybe not the right term, but Roger Craig, pre-recorded speech, the 66-year-old, told everyone he's got vascular dementia. And he said doctors believe that a lot of that could be related in part to concussions from his career. So in his speech, kind of talked to people and encouraged players and former players to take their health and especially their brain health very seriously. So that was easily kind of the most emotional point of yesterday's Hall of Fame ceremony. But nonetheless, Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, Luke Kuechly, Adam Vinatieri, and Roger Craig all inducted into the NFL Hall of Fame yesterday. I mentioned before we went to break in the previous segment that the Akron Zips, their football team, is doing an interesting little promo this season to get people to buy tickets, season tickets specifically. So, they said that they're going to provide one season ticket holder the opportunity to script the opening drive of their home opener against Robert Morris on September 2nd. has anyone ever done this before? Has any team thought to allow a fan to call their plays? No, not that I can remember. And maybe it's different when you're Akron versus if you are Ohio State and asking a fan to script your drive. Like, I can't really see a Power 5 school, a Power 4 school rather, doing that. But for a smaller school like Akron that wants to sell tickets and get butts in the seats, like, this is a genius little plan here. And the schools come out and said it's already been quite the off the field win. They sold out of their suite inventory, and a lot of high profile people have bought tickets. Big Cat from Barstool is one of those. He bought 8 season tickets for $600. And I mean, he even said he hopes to attend at least one game. So Big Cat is not buying season tickets to go to all these games. He's buying it because he wants the opportunity to call the opening drive for Akron. Dan Dakich, the basketball analyst, Bobby Bones, radio host, he also bought season tickets. So all of a sudden, Akron's had a bunch of people come out and buy season tickets because they want to call these plays. I will say it's going to be scripted, right? Like, this person is going to be able to work with the offense, obviously, for Akron. They'll collaborate with the coaching staff on what's going to be called. It's not like this whoever wins this promo is just going to, go into the meeting room or sit on the headset on the sideline called Spider 2 Y Banana, right? Like some random play. They're going to know exactly what this is. It's going to come from Akron's playbook, but it's still a cool thing because the fan, they're going to receive an NFL draft style phone call before they meet with the head coach, Joe Moorhead. They'll discuss the opening script ahead of the game. And then on game day, they get to wear a headset in the coach's box. They get to take part in press conferences and then spend the second half watching from the suite. So winner is going to be chosen on August 19th. Every season ticket counts as an entry. So those buying season tickets Big Cat, eight season tickets. He has 8 entries in there. I have no idea. Just say if you were able to pick any play, like how many people have a specific play in mind to just draw up real quickly? And maybe a lot of people do. I mean, I don't play video games. I don't play Madden or anything like that. So if I did, I probably would have something up my sleeve. But it's interesting. I mean, Grant in our chat says that he has one. I'm sure there are plenty of people out there that do have flea flicker right off the bat for Grant. Yeah, I mean, maybe I just go with a Hail Mary off the bat. Like, that would kind of be fun. Start the game with a nice Hail Mary and get things going. I think, this could go one of two ways. Either the opening drive goes really well, and the fans happy, the team's happy, the players are happy, or maybe, it doesn't really go their way and turnover happens. But either way, again, this is not the fan just bringing some random play in. He's going to work with the team, the offensive coaching staff, and they'll have something scripted from Akron's actual playbook. So again, that makes it a little different, but a really cool promotion, something that no other team has thought of before, something that I think is kind of genius for smaller schools to get more season ticket holders, season ticket buyers. And apparently it's really paid off. They've sold out their suite inventory, and that's pretty cool. So that'll be interesting. All eyes, as I say that, we'll see, but eyes will be on the Akron Zips come their first game in September and what happens with this man and calling the plays. All right, PJ Glasser joins me on the other side as we dive into training camp and some of the injuries that are piling up throughout the NFL right now. Stick around. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. afternoon. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. He's PJ Glasser. I am Kate Constable here with you for the next 4 hours. We would love for you to join in on the conversation here. We're going to talk some NFL training camp and injuries that are piling up. Which team is dealing with the most, or which of these injuries is most impactful for these various teams? Let us know what you think. 310-840-4910. You can call or text. PJ, I did the first hour solo. Happy to have you here with us for the next 4 hours. How's your morning going? I know you're busy, up early, busy at work on Sunday mornings.
Yeah, morning's going good, Kate. Great to be with you. Hope the first hour of the show went pretty smooth. I was telling you that it's nice now. We're getting to the point of the year. We had the Hall of Fame game on Thursday, college football week 0. 3 weeks away from yesterday. So we're getting to the point now where we can just preview NFL and college football. And it definitely, it's exciting and it makes life easier for us on these shows for sure.
Oh, it makes life a whole lot easier to just have those conversations. Football. And it's also exciting, PJ. Like, as much as I know there are baseball purists out there. I am not one of them, but there are people who could talk baseball for days and days and days. In these summer months when things are a little bit quieter, that's what they love to do. And obviously we had some World Cup conversation this summer as well, which is super fun. But I always love when you can kind of turn your attention to the NFL and college football when it gets closer. And it's not that we have the same conversations over and over because, various things happen in training camp, but it's like you really get into the nitty gritty of these teams and what you can expect. You start to really understand their schedules, things like that. And I think is just so fun with the season right around the corner here.
No doubt. I mean, Kate, yesterday I'm at the pool, I'm hanging out. I got my Phil Steele magazine out and the guy comes over and he's like, "What are you reading?" And I was like, "College Football Magazine." And he's like, "Oh, nice." He's like, "Who's your team?" I tell him I'm from Bama. He's an Ole Miss guy. And it just sparks a conversation for like 10 minutes, So it's that time of the year where, people, you're just like, it's the little things like that spark a conversation. Everybody's excited for the season. NFL is going to be exciting too. And especially this year because Kate, like, I know the Rams are the heavy favorites and they should be. They're loaded. I don't know how you feel about it, though. Like, just there's something in me that doesn't feel like the Rams are going to win it. I don't know why. Like, I look at the MLB with the Dodgers and I'm like, the Dodgers are going to win it. Like, I feel good. Like, and, it's baseball. Like, they might not, but I just think, like, the Dodgers will win. I don't get that feeling with the Rams. And it's like, if it's not the Rams, then if it's somebody else, it really opens up the conversation to like 10 or 15 different teams maybe that you can make the case for.
Well, I feel like in football, more so than any other sport, like a team can be favored and have all of you can make all the reasons as why a team should win, but it doesn't work that way. Injuries happen. It's a one game, playoffs are one game versus a 7-game series. Like, 7 games against the Dodgers. Yeah, you're probably right, PJ. The Dodgers are probably going to win the World Series because of the talent that they have. In a 1-game sample size, anything can happen. And I mean, your top receiver goes out in the first quarter, first drive, all of a sudden the game plan shifts dramatically and things change in that manner. So I'm with you that, I think the Rams have good reason to be heavily favored this year, but it just isn't that easy that the top team, I would love to go back and see of the last 5-10 years, which team coming into the season has been as the favorite has won the Super Bowl. I know that that's probably the Chiefs, a couple of those seasons. Maybe the Eagles, I think the year they won, they probably had the second or third best odds going in because the year prior, it was
the better,
Chiefs
honestly, the better trivia question, Kate, might be who was the last preseason Super Bowl favorite to win it that wasn't Mahomes or Brady? It was probably Peyton, if I had maybe a Peyton Manning Colts team, if I had to guess, but I don't know because he was playing with Brady, maybe not. But I would think you would probably have to go back a long ways to find that. So, yeah, again, with the Chiefs and the season they had last year, Mahomes coming off the injury, you get a lot of varying opinions on them. So it's going to be an interesting year. And you bring up a great point with like the Dodgers and, MLB postseason being 7 games when you get to the ALCS, NLCS, and the World Series and that kind of stuff, and the NFL just being 1 game. Also, the Dodgers, they're so talented, especially with their pitching. They can withstand injuries, right? So, like, if Skubal gets hurt, who they just acquired, they can still throw out Yamamoto, Ohtani, Snell, whatever. Stafford gets hurt, it's going to be like Ty Simpson, and then the Rams are going to be screwed. It's correct. So, that's another interesting part of the Rams that I don't think enough people are talking about. Like the year where the Eagles won it, when Carson Wentz was going to win MVP, he was having a great season at quarterback. They still had a capable backup in Nick Foles that led them to a Super Bowl, right? The Broncos last year, when Bo Nix got hurt, Jared Stidham hadn't played much football, but we were looking at that situation and we were like, the Broncos could still beat the Patriots. Like, they're at home. They got a great defense. Like, it wouldn't be crazy. I don't know how many of us would love the Rams in any kind of playoff game if Ty Simpson or maybe Stetson Bennett was starting. So I think that's definitely part of it, is because they have so many great players, but obviously it really all hinges on Stafford. I mean, he was the MVP last year. He was awesome. But coming into last season, we didn't even know if he was going to be ready to start the year. We didn't know how many games he was going to play, and he ends up playing the entire year and looks great. So the Rams, they were so fortunate last year with like injuries. They stayed away from a lot of massive ones. And I think we all know that kind of tends to even out throughout the years in the NFL with just how physical the game is. So if LA deals with some injuries, like any team, they could be in trouble.
Yeah, I remember going into last season, I liked the Rams, but I kept saying, I can't bet on the Rams. I can't back them to win the division or the Super Bowl because Matthew Stafford's they played the Texans week 1. And I mean, Will Anderson's going to go pancake Stafford, and his back's going to be jacked up from the beginning because he was dealing with those back injuries going in. So I had no faith that he was going to stay healthy all season long. What does he do? He goes out and wins MVP. So it all does hinge on health and injuries. And so far, PJ, in training camp, we're not that deep into training camp, and there are a lot of injuries piling up throughout the league, wide receivers especially. So of these wide receivers, duos or of these teams that are dealing with injuries to the wide receiver position, Downs and Alec Pierce, Xavier Worthy, Rashee Rice, you have Cyrus Allen for the Chiefs, you have Waddle and Mims that are banged up, Luther Burden for the Bears, Mekhi Lemon, half the Bucs wide receivers, PJ, and then we got to dive into the 49ers here in a second as well. Well, that's a bigger conversation, but the 49ers it is rough going for the 49ers wide receiving core. So of some of these injuries that we've had, which ones do you feel like are the most impactful or most notable? Maybe concerning is the right word.
I'm going to go maybe a little off the board and go with Mekhi Lemon, actually, with the Eagles, just because they move on from A.J. Brown. They acquire Lemon in the first round. They use high draft capital on him. And this Eagles offense has big question marks coming into this year. You have Sean Mannion, who has his first year as offensive coordinator. You got a championship defense and one of the best in the entire league. But it feels like a huge year for that offense in Philly. Lane Johnson came out yesterday, said it's going to be his final season in the NFL, most likely. Sirianni, Jalen Hurts, it feels like these guys are on the hot seat every year. And with all the excitement around like the Sixers, and what's going on there in Philadelphia, and the Phillies are gearing up for another playoff run, like maybe the Eagles kind of have a little bit of a longer leash than what they're more accustomed to, but as we know with that city, if they start losing games and have a bad record, they're gonna pile on their team pretty quickly. But I think it's Lemon because they really, Philly's offense is great when the offensive line's blocking people, when Saquon's running, and they have 2 good receivers on the outside like they've had all these years with Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. So you trade away A.J. because obviously it just wasn't working out. You needed to move on, but also Howie Roseman's probably the best in the business, as most people feel like he is at general manager. you knew what this draft class was at wide receiver, and you had some good ones. And he got one that I was a big fan of at USC that a lot of people liked in college in Mekhi Lemon. So he hasn't looked great so far in camp, just from like reading Eagles Twitter and some of their reporters. And obviously he's been dealing with this injury, which is a big part of it. But like if he has a disappointing rookie year, and that Eagles offense struggles yet again, I think that's a huge, because that NFC East, as it always is just like good luck trying to figure it out. But I'll say Mekhi Lemon. That one to me, I think is the most intriguing and potentially the most concerning one.
Well, also, I mean, you're right. The Eagles are used to having like two elite receivers out there with A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith, and Lemon was supposed to be, he's not going to be an A.J. Brown type receiver in his rookie year. Like, he still got some growth to go, but certainly was going to be a threat out there. And all of a sudden, if he's not able to be out there, you have Devonta Smith. I mean, as good of a receiver as he is, like, defenses can kind of take him away. And then you're relying on Dontavian Wicks or Elijah Moore, Hollywood Brown. And I don't think those guys necessarily get the job done. They're fine receivers, but they're not elite receivers by any means. So I don't disagree with you that Mekhi Lemon, especially as a rookie, like, you want him to get his feet wet in camp. You want him to get on the same page as Jalen Hurts. You want him to get those reps early on, because if he's not able to be participating or is banged up through camp, isn't able to go 100%, all of a sudden the season comes along and like he's being thrown into real live football, and the learning curve maybe is a little bit different than if he was a full-time participant going 100% in camp the whole time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. I would say the other one for me after that, if you're going through the list, like Xavier Worthy and Rashee Rice, like that's a big deal. But if Mahomes is healthy, you just trust him and Andy Reid and Spags to make it work. Waddle and Mims, like, Denver's offense, Bo Nix is another guy coming off an injury, but they got an elite defense and a great head coach. Luther Burden, as you know, a lot of expectations for Caleb this year in Chicago, but they still have a Dunze, and it's a team with such a good offensive line that even though people are expecting big things out of Burden, I still think with Ben Johnson too, they can make it work. So I think it would actually be the Colts for me, probably, with Downs and Pierce. I think their injuries are a big deal. You just re-signed Jonathan Taylor and signed him to the extension, which you had to do. It's a big year for Shane Steichen. But also, like, if Danny Dimes, is going to miss a lot of time and you're relying on potentially other quarterbacks, or he's not 100% healthy, you lost Michael Pittman to the Steelers in the offseason. Like, you need somebody to catch these passes for Indianapolis, because when Jones got hurt, Kate, all these other teams just loaded up on Jonathan Taylor, and they said, let's force Phillip Rivers to beat us. And obviously that was a game plan that everybody was content with. And Indianapolis might be looking at the same kind of thing if they got an injured QB and, they got hobbled wide receivers.
Yeah. Jonathan Taylor's production in the second half of the season, significantly different than the first half, PJ. And that's a result of the receivers going down. I mean, he had how many 100-yard rushing games through the first, 10 weeks of the season? Then they go to Berlin. They had that Berlin game, and all of a sudden, he doesn't even top 100 yards in the final 7 games of the year. But that's a result of Daniel Jones getting hurt and the receivers getting hurt and everything falling on Jonathan Taylor's back, and teams just stacking the box and being able to defend him better. So that's the team I was going to throw out and say is mine, having Downs and Pierce, because you kind of take away those two and all of a sudden it relies heavily. Everything runs through Jonathan Taylor, and when you have one player to stop, that's okay for defenses. I think most of them will take that. I also think, PJ, the Bucs could be a little bit concerning, and just in tandem with the maybe this is a bigger concern for Baker Mayfield, PJ. Really, like, he's in a contract year now, didn't get that signed before. All of a sudden his receivers go down, and he dealt with a lot of injuries to his receivers last year. And so his stats were a little bit down from the previous year, because all of a sudden you're throwing the ball to the people that aren't Emeka Egbuka and Jalen McMillan and some of those top names. And so, I mean, Ibuka's just been held out for a couple sessions for lower body soreness. So maybe, I mean, that's going to be fine. And Jalen McMillan held out for, minor knee soreness, things like that. So maybe it's not going to be affect them as heavily once the season is actually here. Maybe they're more precautionary stuff within the preseason, but I think that's another one that certainly, if Baker Mayfield doesn't have all his weapons, it could be a rough start to the season for Mayfield and that offense.
Yeah, I'm with you. Tampa Bay, I can't wait to see what they look like this year. If I had to, I'd probably fade them. I think Todd Bowles, they've hung on to him a little bit too long. The defense is kind of middle of the pack. And again, I mean, Mike Evans was his guy for all those years. He was the guy in Tampa for all those years. You lose him. As you mentioned, you have all these injuries now to the receiving core. You lose Rachaad White, the running back, to Washington as well. So I don't know. The Bucs are a team that I'm a little bit down on here heading into the season. And then, the 49ers, another team too, they always got injuries. Bad dad joke incoming. But we might have to call them the 29ers at this point, Kate, because their entire team is always injured. It's unbelievable. For people that don't know, there's this conspiracy theory that their stadium and their practice field is right next to a power plant. And that's causing all of these injuries that we see year after year. I don't know how you could ever bet anything futures related with San Francisco, how you could ever bet them to win the division, win the NFC, win the Super Bowl. That is a team I would gladly take a shorter price on when we're in season. We get to the playoffs. We see what the roster looks like, because it is crazy. I mean, this team has so much high-end talent with Bosa and Warner and McCaffrey and Trent Williams and Kittle and all these guys. But I mean, it's half their team is legitimately hurt. It's unbelievable. So I don't know what to make of San Francisco. Like a lot of people on paper, when they're healthy, you love their team. They're going to be a playoff team, but injuries are coming with them. And I don't know. They're just for especially from a betting standpoint or trying to forecast how their season's going to look. I don't know how you can make any really content decisions with San Francisco.
I mean, yes, it's a conspiracy theory, but at this point, this team needs to move away from this power plant, just for the mental aspect of it. Sure, but it's not actually doing anything, but it's got to mess with their minds a little bit when year after year, your roster's just decimated with injuries. And it would be hilarious. And I mean, quite interesting as well, if they did move away from this power plant and all of a sudden this is the healthiest team in the NFL for a couple of years in a row, that would be crazy. The 49ers, to your point, are always banged up. There is absolutely no way you can bet on them. Why would you want to bet on them when we're in training camp and you already have these players sidelined for, and again, cautionary for some of them, but also, some of them are dealing with strains and that's tightness, hamstring tightness, Christian Kirk, Mike Evans, Kyle Juszczyk has a broken finger, Kalen Black, the running back, Nick Bosa, Drake Greenlaw, they're all not participating right now in training camp because of injuries. And this is nothing new for the 49ers. I mean, they need to roster an entire team of non-starters to play in the preseason, because if you're the 49ers, why would you play any of your starters or your stars in the preseason and give them a couple of extra games, a couple extra opportunities to get injured? Because it seems we're not even in the preseason games yet. We're just still in training camp and everything's already going sideways for the 49ers. So I know that's a conversation that a lot of teams have, is how much do you want to play your starters, your quarterback in the preseason? You want to get them some reps. You want to get them kind of in that game mode, but also you want to manage any injuries. So if I'm the 49ers, I mean, PJ, their head coach is injured. Kyle Shanahan is injured. It's crazy.
Yes. It is. What's funny too, Kate? So let me ask you this question, right? If I could guarantee you a clean bill of health for every team in the NFC, so you had every team in the NFC at full strength, The Rams are the best team in the NFC. I don't think anybody would argue with that. Who would you put at number 2? If every team in the NFC was healthy, who would be 2?
Ooh,
I think mine would be San Francisco.
it might. I mean, looking at their roster, yeah. And they have they don't have like a ton of depth, but they have a few good depth pieces where the problem is those depth pieces are also injured, PJ. Like that's the thing. Is like it's not just the start. Yeah, I would say, I mean, I was going to throw the Eagles out there as one of them, but I mean, it could be a toss up between the Eagles and the 49ers in terms of who you'd put at number 2. But you can't ever count on the 49ers being healthy, which is a shame.
You can't. And I mean, like, how pissed are they that they got to open up the season in Australia? And I mean, who knows what that field's going to look like, right? We saw what the one in Brazil looked like a couple years ago when Jordan Love got hurt. The Packers played the Eagles. Like, you have no idea what these international grounds are going to look like that are built for soccer, that are built for cricket, that got to host the best athletes in the world playing an NFL game. Right. So I'm sure they're thrilled about that. And on top of it, it's against Myles Garrett, the Rams. It's a divisional game. So pretty brutal for San Francisco.
And it's also just like the travel, the
oh yeah,
maybe not lack of sleep, but like how the body clock is adjusting. And like if you're not fully crisp and alert and ready, and I mean, these are NFL players, they're going to get themselves there, but there is also some of that like uncontrollable, like I don't know, you're jet lagged for a couple days. Does that cause any, as you practice a couple, the day before, whatever, walkthroughs, like you just hope that none of that plays into effect because, yeah, the 49ers, I mean, their luck for these injuries is just absolutely brutal. We'll dive into more NFL talk throughout the show. We're going to switch gears, though, and talk a little MLB. Tarek Skubal officially a Dodger, so World Series odds. We'll update you on what those look like, and is there anyone that you can bet on outside of the Dodgers to win the World Series? We'll give you our thoughts next. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Every team could trade for him. Every team could make that acquisition. Yeah, I don't really sympathize with people that blame the Dodgers for anything they've done. They've developed a really good organization. They draft well. They acquire talent really well. They retain talent. It's a winning organization. Now the complaints seem to be because they've won the last 2 World Series. I don't think it was like that 3 years ago. So I don't really sympathize with people that are complaining because the Dodgers, do all the right things.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Yeah, Tarek Skubal, he's not going to make any excuses for the Dodgers or complain. I mean, he's on the most stacked team in baseball, maybe one of the best teams in MLB history, just on paper. A lot of other people are mad at the Dodgers. Could result in some big issues for Major League Baseball with the collective bargaining agreement coming up and having to redo that. And there could be a lockout next year. Who knows? But Skubal going over to the Dodgers at the trade deadline, huge for the Dodgers, huge for the rest of the league in terms of trying to beat the Dodgers. Now, we're going to dive into World Series odds. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. PJ Glasser and Kate Constable here with you. PJ, trade deadline came and went last week. We haven't been on the air on this show to talk about some of those moves since. So the biggest one, obviously, the Dodgers getting Tarek Skubal, the back-to-back American League Cy Young Award winner from the Tigers. A package of prospects sent the Tigers' way. But, I mean, overall, this is just the Dodgers adding another elite arm to their rotation and making them even more dangerous come postseason time because of all of the talent they have, not only at that position, but all across the field. And then the depth that they have. So the Dodgers right now are plus 155 to win the World Series. That has to be some of the lowest odds we've seen at this point in the season for a World Series winner. But I think it's for good reason, PJ. Like I can't really argue with it.
Kate, you can make a legitimate argument that they have 3 of the best 5 starting pitchers in baseball. And I don't think many people would say that's a hot take with Skubal, Ohtani, and Yamamoto. They are that good. And then on top of that, when Blake Snell comes back and Glasnow comes back, I mean, these guys can be your 4th or 5th starters. You can bring them out of the bullpen. Sasaki now can move back. I mean, they have an embarrassment of riches there with the pitching, and we know that's what wins in October. The lineup, I don't think is as great as maybe we all perceive it to be. Like, yes, you do have Freddie, you have Ohtani, Andy Pajes has been really great this season. Mookie Betts, it kind of feels like is declining just a little bit, but again, when you have that kind of pitching, they're going to be really, really tough to beat. You kind of have to beat them in low scoring games, but there are some teams in the National League with great pitching staffs. You got Mizorowski leading the way from Milwaukee. The Cubs getting Gausman to help them out was huge. The Phillies have Wheeler, they have Luzardo, and they have Sanchez. So you do have some other National League teams that can definitely pitch, but none to the caliber and the consistency of what the Dodgers can throw out there. And then the fact that they've won it the last 2 years, they have all the confidence in the world going into October again this year. It's a reason they are such a heavy favorite. But look, this idea that they're ruining baseball, the thing that doesn't get talked about enough with the Dodgers, yes, they spend a lot of money. They also have the number 1 farm system in baseball. Mm-hmm. So like that's what separates the Dodgers. These teams like the Yankees and these teams like the Cubs or these teams like the Mets for sure, Like they want to be doing what the Dodgers are doing, where they're signing a bunch of free agents and then they're also trading for anybody that they want to at the deadline. The Dodgers are the only team that can execute that year after year. So they're just a machine. They operate like a small market team in the sense that they constantly have great prospects and they're constantly retooling their minor leagues. But then they also are the Dodgers and they can spend a boatload of money and go after whoever they want. So they have the perfect, they have the best of both worlds, as Hannah Montana likes to say. And they are the team to beat right now for sure. Plus 155.
I did not have a PJ Glasser Hannah Montana reference on my
love Hannah
bingo
Montana
card
back
today.
in the day. Yeah. Loved her back in the day.
Do you at all think, and I mean, I have this thought literally just popped in my head, so I have not fleshed this out. It may sound crazy, but I'm just going to go with it. Like, yeah, the farm system for the Dodgers is phenomenal. And to have that good of a farm system, you have to have your scouting department has to be great. Your talent development department, I mean, whatever you want to call it, whatever the title for all of the staff that works within the farm system and is coaching these young prospects has to be the elite of the elite. But that goes back to money too, because if you can pay those coaches significantly more than they're going to be making at any other organization, why would anyone want to go? You know, if you can make $100,000 with the Dodgers a year, but you're only making 75 with the Mets, you're going to go to the Dodgers. So the Dodgers having the payroll, not only for their roster, but also for their staff, I think is a part of this too, in terms of people argue about the money. And like, that's another aspect of it. Again, like that's not a very fleshed out thought on my end, PJ, but do you see any validity in that of like, they have the best farm system because they have the best personnel, the best, I don't know. What do you want to call those? What's the roles for those coaches, scouts,
coach staff,
developmental
right.
personnel, all of that stuff?
Yeah, no, it is a good point. I mean, look, people want to win at the end of the day, and they know if they go to the Dodgers system or if they go coach the Dodgers, they're going to compete for World Series and they're going to coach really good players. And on top of that, again, when you have the pockets like the Dodgers are and they're willing to invest in all the levels, it makes it an easy place for people wanting to end up. I just think it's funny. I'm looking right now, Kate. The Dodgers are actually, their owner, Mark Walter, is the fifth richest owner in Major League Baseball. So again, like they're up there, but I mean, they're not like far and away number two. Steve Cohen of the Mets is one. The Rogers Communications Group for the Blue Jays, they're number two. But then how many people would guess that the third and fourth richest owners in Major League Baseball, would you like to take a guess at who teams 3 and 4 are? You got one in the American League, one in the National League.
So, okay, I just looked this up as you were saying, and the Cubs are one of them. And that's mind-blowing to me. I did not realize that, PJ, and I'm sitting here in Chicago about a half a mile from Wrigley Field right now, and I didn't realize that the Ricketts are am I seeing this right? They're the third?
The Cubs are correct. The Cubs are the third. Oh, yes. The Cubs are the third, correct. And then it looks like the Tigers are the fourth. They're the other team. The Nationals are up there too.
Guess those two.
Yep. The Nationals are up there too. The Giants are up there, which is probably not a big surprise because you're out there in San Francisco. The Angels are out there because you're in Anaheim. But the Nationals were surprising to me, and certainly the Tigers. The Cubs, I don't know if that's necessarily maybe like a huge shocking surprise. I was actually looking at a different list. I thought it was Nationals and Tigers, but you are correct. It is the Cubbies. But yeah, the Tigers, again, the team that just traded away Tariq Skubal because they don't want to pay him all this money. It's like you've one of the richest owners in sports and you don't want to pay him. So that to me is the biggest problem in baseball. It's the mindset of the owners, and it's just like the stigma around these franchises. Like if you're going to be the owner of the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Cubs, the Phillies, the Red Sox, you're expected to spend. If you're an owner of the Marlins, the Rockies, the White Sox, like people aren't expecting you to spend. That's what I think is so funny about the White Sox, Kate, right? We all consider them a small market team. they're in Chicago, just like the Cubs are. The Angels are just outside of LA. Like, they should not be a small market team. So I think that more than anything is the biggest problem in baseball. It's the owners that aren't willing to invest in their teams. And that's really what's hurting the sport. And now, obviously, we're trying to come to an agreement on a new collective bargaining agreement with the players and the owners. And Jeff Passan was on a podcast recently saying that the players were absolutely not going to accept a salary cap. So I don't know. I'm worried about the baseball season going into next year. It feels like the farther we go on, and the closer we head to December 1st, I believe, when is that day when the current one ends, it's looking gloom. It's not looking great.
Yeah, I think to your point, like, the floor is an important aspect of it. And maybe that evens things out a little bit more if within this next CBA, you're able to put a floor in terms of teams have to spend a certain amount. And it gets those White Sox, the Angels, those types of teams to be a little bit more competitive. But I'm with you. If the Players Association is not going to go for a salary cap, and that's going to be where the CBA hinges on the most. And I don't know how we have a 2027 season, because the owners are going to point, other owners are going to point towards the Dodgers spending. Players obviously want teams to be able to spend, because that's bigger contracts for them, longer term contracts for them, more guaranteed money for them. Why would they not want that? But I don't think these two sides are going to be able to come to an agreement that makes sense within the allotted time frame before next season. And I mean, we're in August right now and talking about that these negotiations are probably going to go on for a significant amount of time, where the season is certainly going to be impacted in some capacity.
Which is why I thought that this trade deadline was so fascinating, because it's right. I'm sure there were front offices and there were owners that went into this deadline thinking we might not have a season in 2027. So if we have a shot to make the playoffs or win a World Series, like, we got to go for it. We got to go all in, because the next time we're playing baseball might be 2028. So we definitely did have some fireworks, right? Skubal getting traded was huge. The Adley Rutschman deal was a big one. But I thought maybe there would be like some other big moves, some teams taking some massive swings. Like the Brewers stayed quiet. The Rays stayed quiet. The Braves didn't do anything crazy. The Yankees really didn't. I mean, they traded for Luis Garcia, but they didn't really give away like all that much. I thought there would be some other teams that maybe took some bigger swings, but for the most part, it was the Dodgers and the Red Sox and the Cubs were really the three that it felt like definitely went for it.
Of those teams, which one could beat the Dodgers?
I think if the Dodgers get to the World Series, they're winning it all. I don't think any of the American League teams can beat them. So I think if you're trying to bet another team, it's interesting, right? Because this could be one of those years where, like, if a team beats the Dodgers, let's say it's the Phillies, then they could lose to an American League team. So I think if you bet an AL team, you're really banking on somebody in the National League taking out the Dodgers, because I don't think any of those other teams can do it. I know the Red Sox are trendy right now just because they're like 32-6 in their last 38 games. But I think, Kate, they're almost too hot. Like, we still have about 7 weeks to go in the regular season, and you just feel like they're peaking too early. And then by the time the playoffs roll around, they're going to be cooled down and they could have an early exit. For me, I don't know. I think it'd probably be Atlanta, I think. They have the solid pitching. Their lineup's really solid too. And I just kind of feel like they're not getting talked about a lot. Like, the Brewers always do this, and they have Mizorowski. The Phillies are getting a lot of love. The Red Sox, as we've talked about, the Yankees are certainly going to be there. The Braves are just kind of hanging out, and they've kind of been like the best team and most consistent team in baseball just about all year. They got off to a great start. They've led the National League East from the beginning, and they've never relinquished it. So they're just kind of hanging out, chilling. And I kind of think that they would be the team that I would watch out for. So if it's not the Dodgers, I guess the Braves would be my pick.
It is always like when a team is kind of under the radar, doesn't get talked about a whole lot despite the talent and the success that they had. That's oftentimes the team that you want to look at. So I could get on board with you with the Braves, but still, I mean, I think we're both in agreement that the Dodgers are favorites to win the World Series for very, very good reason. PJ, the Rams are the favorites right now to win the Super Bowl. And if Aaron Donald comes back, that number might even shrink a little bit more. We're going to talk about if Donald comes back, what that looks like on the other side. This is BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. Aaron Donald back on the field for the Rams. Had a workout with them on August 5th, just a couple days ago. So is he coming back to the field? PJ Glasser, Kate Constable here. We're going to talk about that in just a second. But first, BetMGM has a nice promo for you. If you go over there, BetMGM players will receive a golf odds boost token. To use the token, add any golf wager to your bet slip and activate that token. If you win your bet that was made with your odds boost token, you'll receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. PJ, you're the golf guy between the two of us. What's going on tournament rise this weekend? What are we looking at?
Oh, the Wyndham Championship, Kate. We had Ryan Gerard this week. He couldn't even make the cut. So I was disgusted. Tuned out yesterday because that was my guy. If I had to pick somebody today, so we got Michael Brennan, Bo Hostler at 16 under. They tee off in about an hour. Tom Kim, 15 under. Alex Smalley, Alex Noren at 14 under. I mean, Brennan's been great the last two rounds. He shot a 65 on Friday, shot a 63 yesterday. Tom Kim's been playing some good golf, though, and that would probably be the guy that I would look at. I think he's about like 3-1 to win today, and again, he only starts the final round one shot back. So if I had to take a guy today and use that bonus bet on Kate, I'm going to be rolling with Tom Kim would be my guy.
All right. Well, there you go. Bonus bet over at BetMGM, golf odds boost token, and Tom Kim is the player that PJ would put his money on if he were to do that. If you hadn't already bet on someone else, we'll say that. PJ just mentioned Aaron Donald and the Rams. Okay, so Aaron Donald comes back. He practices, or he logs a workout rather, which like the speculation has been going on for a little while that Aaron Donald might unretire and come back. He's 35. He hasn't played since 2023, but a 3-time defensive player of the year, 8-time first-time all-pro. Like, we know what we're getting with Aaron Donald. An absolute jacked dude, one of the strongest guys in the league, one of the best defensive players in the league. If Aaron Donald comes back at age 35, do you still think his production can be what it is? Because based on his his body and how he keeps himself in tip-top shape, I kind of feel like he could be just fine playing again.
1,000%. Well, not only that, Kate, he doesn't even need to be prime Aaron Donald anymore because he's got Myles Garrett, right? So he can just be 60% of what Aaron Donald was, and he'll be just fine. I think he's coming back. When they made the trade for Myles Garrett, and then people started putting out the idea, I was like, you know, I could see that. It makes sense because for all the reasons you're saying, we know he keeps himself in great shape. He retired earlier than we all thought he would. But like, why would you come to work out if you didn't really entertain the idea, you know? So I think this is going to happen. If I had to guess, I'm thinking Aaron Donald's coming back like at some point middle of the season, right? Like I don't expect him to see him like the first 2-3 weeks of the season. But I could think by, week 8, 9, 10, we might get that Schefter notification that Aaron Donald is reuniting with the Rams. And my goodness, if that ends up happening with him and Myles Garrett on that same defensive line, whew, that would be something. Which player would you rather have in their prime? I guess Myles Garrett's still in his prime. So would you rather have him or would you rather have Aaron Donald, would you say? There's no wrong answers, right? Like it's a hard question, but it's really an easy one. Yeah.
It's like, I was going to say which two have the better stats. I'll take that one because their stats are probably very similar if you compare them. Aaron Donald probably.
That's what I would do. Just because he's up the middle, right? Quarterbacks talk all about the time. It's that pressure up the middle. So I agree with you. But again, like if you're going to give me Myles Garrett, I'm not going to complain.
Right. This makes me kind of think, let's say he comes back, and remember on the Packers last year, early on in the season, when Micah Parsons was playing, all of a sudden Rashawn Gary looked like dominant. Like he had 4.5 sacks through the first 3 games. That's not like typical Rashawn Gary type stuff, but when you have Micah Parsons commanding so much attention on the other side, all of a sudden that opens stuff up for Rashawn Gary, and he looks like a phenomenal player. Imagine what that was like if Aaron Donald is commanding that much attention on one side. Myles Garrett, like they're going to wreck people. They're going to absolutely wreck people.
They will. I honestly kind of want to see it. Like as a fan, and the Ravens don't have to play the Rams this year, so I'm good. You know, like I'm good to see it in the regular season, all that sorts of stuff. But yeah, what a dream duo that would be playing together.
Yeah. All right, well, how do we bet on the Rams, if at all, this upcoming season? Or what other teams should we be looking at? Nick Hennian joins us from BetMGM. He'll tell us where he might be putting some of his money. That's next here on BetMGM Game Day. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us here on BetMGM Game Day. He's PJ Glasser. I am Kate Constable here with you for the next couple of hours. We're going to talk to Nick Hennigan here in just a second of BetMGM. Coming up, though, about 20 minutes from now, we'll do our power rankings that we do each and every week. And this week, we're going to power rank the top 5 times of the year for the NFL. Think, fantasy draft, week 1, you name it, wild card weekend, whatever it might be. We're going to be power ranking those, and then we'll dive into a little bit of the Hall of Fame game, some of this preseason action that's going to be coming up. And as always, we'll do a draft a little bit later on in the show as well. But time to get to Nick. We'll get his thoughts on some of his futures, some bets that he might like. Senior writer for BetMGM, Nick Hennigan. Nick, appreciate you taking the time to join us today. Always good to see you. I'll just throw out a very general question off the bat, and we'll kind of roll from there of like, what's one of your favorite futures that you have so far this season?
Hi PJ, hi Kate. Great to be with you. I'm taking a different approach this year to futures betting than I did last year, which is more about like quality over quantity bets. I'm pretty aggressively betting against the Carolina Panthers this year. I think the market has this team all wrong. I took under 6.5 wins at plus 140 is one of my favorite bets. 25-1, a much smaller bet there to have the worst record in the NFL. It's subject to dead heat rules, so even if you think Arizona and Miami are going to be really bad, I think you could still see a scenario where you get a tie out of that one, and you see them finish with another top 5 pick. Bryce Young's terrible. Like, at best, he's maybe the 20th best quarterback in the NFL. If you look at his underlying data from last year, I think he was 19th out of 20th in EPA per play, and he didn't really play that many good defenses. This year, Carolina expects to take a massive step up in competition, 3rd hardest schedule in the NFL, based on opponent win totals. When you consider they're already playing in the pretty weak NFC South, that's a little alarming. It's kind of funny. Like, I actually like them week 1. They're a 2.5 point home dog to Chicago. I think that's a good number on them. It's trending toward 3, but they won 2 games last year where the opponent did not punt the football. Home dogs to the Rams in the regular season. And then, of course, that 3-point win over the Packers is about a 13.5 to 14-point underdog. But I just think the way they were winning is pretty unsustainable. 5 halftime leads into 8 wins is not exactly how you're, sustaining success long term. And the injury bug is already biting them. The strength of this team is the tackles. Ike Ekwonu might miss the entire year. Taylor Moton's dealing with blood clots. And then Nick Scourton tore his ACL. So the pass rush problem should stay there. So I think the market has it all wrong in Carolina. I think they're going to be at best like a 4-13 team.
Nick, maybe the Panthers will turn out to be the Raiders from last year, right? Where they somehow beat the Patriots in week 1, finished with the worst record. Maybe Carolina will do the same thing. Yeah, maybe that'll end up happening. What do you make of that division? As you know, a lot of Saints love. That's one of the trendy teams this offseason that people are high on. Tampa's your favorite. Atlanta, you got all those weapons on offense. We think it's going to be Tua, but we'll see how that plays out. I keep going back and forth. Like, I don't really have a strong feel on who I like to win this division. If you had to make me pick, I'd probably take Atlanta. But if you had any thoughts, who would you pick to win that NFC South?
Yeah, it's funny. The very first future I bet was Saints to win the NFC South. And it is a little concerning. That was all the way back in March, I think. And it has been a little bit concerning to see the chorus of love come in on New Orleans in the months since. Look, the schedule's really easy. Like, there are a couple divisions where there's a notable discrepancy between the unique games between the last place team and the rest of the division. The NFC South is one of them. Like, I don't like taking their win total over because the NFC South, outside of those games within the division and their unique opponents, actually play a pretty difficult set of common opponents. So I wouldn't be in a hurry to bet Saints over 7.5 wins, but they enjoy a really big advantage over the rest of the division in terms of the unique opponents. I believe you get a team like Arizona whereas other teams have to play San Francisco, Seattle, Los Angeles, and then I'm blanking on the other two at the moment. But I bet the Saints back when it was plus 350. I think it's down to like plus 250 or plus 240. It's a little bit too far a move, in my opinion, for a team that did it with defense. But this team, like their defensive metrics, they were a top 5 unit in EPA per play and success rate from the game after they played the Rams onward. They were just such a good defense. As much flack as we want to give Brandon Staley for the job he did in the Chargers, he did such a good job with this defense. And I think, Tyler Shutt in his second year, if Olave can stay healthy, I love Jordan Tyson, the draft pick they used on him. I think this offense could be really good. Quietly good offensive line, too, which is critical when you're handicapping these teams with high upside.
Nick, another team that I think has high upside, and I think you're going to agree with me here, is the Dallas Cowboys. They've improved their defense a little bit, and I mean, anything from last year is pretty much an improvement, but that offense is still there and still very high-powered. So how are you looking at the Cowboys this year?
Yeah, I really like them. I think they're an interesting case study because the schedule's pretty difficult on paper. Like they have to go and play the entire NFC West, and their unique games are rather difficult. I know they get Tampa Bay and they get Baltimore and they get Houston. I'm fascinated to watch that Dallas-Houston game because it's really strength on strength, presuming everyone stays healthy. But the division price doesn't quite do it for me. They get a couple of scheduling advantages over the Eagles. Notably, they play the Eagles at home on Thanksgiving. It's the third straight home game for Dallas, which is, I don't know how we got that scheduling advantage. And then Eagles, Cowboys in Philadelphia is on Monday Night Football. So both teams get an extra day of preparation. But I like them to be the number 1 seed in the NFC. I got it at 14-1 for, again, pretty small wager there, but they enjoy a couple big scheduling advantages over some of the other teams you would expect to compete in the NFC. I mentioned that home game against Philadelphia as the third straight on Thanksgiving. Then they get a mini bye before they have to go to Seattle. And we've come to learn that that's actually a bigger advantage than teams coming off of their bye week. And then after Seattle, Dallas has their bye week, and then they go to play the Rams, who are not off their bye, so they get another big scheduling advantage there. I just think Dallas, the offense, year-over-year offense tends to stay balanced, barring a quarterback injury. So if they can keep Dak Prescott healthy, I think this team has a higher ceiling than the market suggests. So 14-1 for NFC. And I think Brian Schottenheimer as a coach of the year pick is another interesting angle because, look, you said it, Kate, like this defense can't be any worse than they were last year. And again, DeMarvion Overshown missed a ton of time. Their corner room was one of the most injured units in the entire league. So I think this team, adding Caleb Downs with a little bit better health, I think you're going to see the offense shine and lead them to a pretty good record.
Nick, another team we know you're bullish on this season is the Detroit Lions. So make the case for Dan Campbell's squad, why you think they bounce back this season and make the playoffs, win the division, and maybe even do some good things in the playoffs.
Yeah, schedule's really easy. I think I wrote this in my season win total analysis for them, which you can find on the BetMGM blog, but it probably didn't feel great in the moment losing to Max Brosmer on Christmas, but the difference between the third place schedule in the NFC North and the fourth place schedule is enormous. And I have to say, going into last season, I think correctly, a lot of people assumed there was going to be a sizable fall off from losing Ben Johnson, which proved to be the case. It wasn't as big a fall off as I think a lot of people expected. If you go back to the last Ben Johnson year, Detroit was around a plus 20% DVOA rating. I think that was third best in the league. Last year, they were around plus 12%. Again, that was a top 6 rating in the NFL. The biggest concerns for the Lions are offensive line and corner, but corner's super volatile year over year, and they're dealing with some injuries, and they really need to get Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph back healthy. But if you just assume the corner room is average, then maybe this is a team that doesn't really need to be outstanding because the competition is so easy. And outside the Rams, there aren't that many teams in the NFC that have just elite individual pass rushers. Like the Seahawks are a great blitzing team, but they do so with disguises. They're sending Nicky Manwari up into the box. There isn't somebody on Seahawks that, a la Myles Garrett for the Rams, who's like, okay, just go win for us. Same with the Vikings and Brian Flores. Great blitzing team, but there's not that individual talent. So I think you could see in the NFC Detroit's weakness get hidden a little bit. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen in a Super Bowl against a team like Houston, per se, or Cincinnati or Baltimore, or these teams with the highest ceilings where maybe you start to see the line get exposed a little bit. But when the schedule is this easy, and they're playing a lot of games indoors because they get a bonus home game, and then the way the road schedule breaks, I just think this team's ceiling is so high, and I think they're just going to be really good. Great bounce back spot when everyone's underestimating them after a 9-8 year.
We're talking with Nick Hennigan, senior writer for BetMGM. Nick, sticking with the NFC North, the Bears are one of the top regression candidates this year. I mean, are you kind of on that same page where the Bears, their schedule's significantly tougher than last season? Are they your regression candidate?
Yes, I think we've gotten to a point where it's maybe a little bit overblown on Chicago because, again, like, the defense is so bad. Like, but if there's anyone I trust to overcome it, it is Ben Johnson, because I think this offense could be so good. I'm secretly hoping that, like, as a Caleb Williams dynasty owner, I'm kind of secretly hoping it is really good. But like, we just see it every year. These teams that win with defense and using turnovers, they just can't sustain the same level of success. So, like, Chicago, we saw this happen with Buffalo last year because they were just an enormous turnover machine. Chicago actually had a better turnover differential than Buffalo. And it's not to say they can't replicate that, but to like replicate it at the same level is a different ask. And the one interesting thing about handicapping the NFL this year is, like, the first place schedules actually aren't as difficult as they once were. Like, if you compare them to the last few years, some of these teams, because we had so many surprise division winners, actually had a pretty easy schedule. I think there's more evidence suggesting that the Bears are going to regress, but it wouldn't really surprise me if they, like, I bet under 9.5 when it was -110. It's since risen to like -125 or -130. There's more evidence to suggest they drop, but it also really wouldn't surprise me if they were like a 10-7 team that makes the playoffs and beats the win total on the hook.
Nick, the Rams are a huge favorite to win the Super Bowl, and maybe if Aaron Donald comes back, they'll be even bigger favorites to win the Super Bowl. Are you just kind of in the mindset that they're just that much better than everybody else and they're probably going to win it? Or do you see maybe value in taking some other teams and you think there's a shot that maybe the Rams don't win the Super Bowl?
Not for 5-1. I think at that price, I would rather just wait and see if I could get a better number during the season. The Rams are a fascinating case study, and I'm kind of using it as a learning experience to see like what happens with them. The offense is not going to be as good as it was last year. Like, they were one of the best offenses over the last 5 or 6 years, and every single thing went right for this passing attack. But what's interesting about them is most of that offensive success came really late in the season. It really started with that primetime game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers where they just blitzed them for 35 points. But from that point, from that game onward, they were really basically playing either bad defenses or hurt defenses. And I know people are going to say, like, oh, but they look so good against Seattle on Thursday Night Football. Again, I don't know how much the short rest factor played into that, but what is interesting to me is, like, the question that I want to ask of the Rams is, like, does the defense improve at a faster rate than the offense regresses? And if the answer to that question is yes, this is a 12-win team. Like, that's undisputed. But if you look at the schedule, like San Francisco, that's a good offense. Dallas, I mentioned, like, that's on the schedule. That's a good offense. We don't know about Philly. Like, that could be a good offense. I just think it's like again, it's hard to stomach, but if you made me bet something, I would take under 11.5 just because it's so difficult to see so much going right for the offense. And but then like on the other hand, this was the team that like basically should have won every game last year, and they've only gotten better this offseason. So they scare me a lot, but I just think the way the market is shaping up, there's not really a position I can take that's anti Los Angeles when everyone wants to bet them. So I'm sort of like pseudo fading them, if that makes sense. Like, again, that Cowboys #1 seed is a better way to fade them than just being like, okay, let's take under 11.5 on the Rams at whatever it is, plus 105. So they scare me. They're not interesting from a price standpoint, so I'm just sitting them out.
Nick, we had a bunch of running backs get paid over the last week with Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jonathan Taylor. Have you placed any bets, or do you have any thoughts on any awards markets, whether that's Offensive Player of the Year, MVP, defensive, you name it?
I was looking at Offensive Player of the Year on Friday. There are some interesting bombs, I think. Like the short shots that I'm interested in make a little bit of sense. Amon-Ra St. Brown, I mentioned, is 18-1. I think that's a pretty good price. CeeDee Lamb, 18-1 as well. I'm interested in Devonta Smith at 60-1. Like, you can kind of create the narrative in your head of like the Jackson Smith and Jigba case from last year, where you clear out all the receivers and really make him the focal point of the offense. And we don't really know what this Sean Mannion offense is going to look like. The word out of Eagles camp is that they absolutely love it and think it's great. Devonta Smith has quietly had over 100 targets in 4 of his last 5 seasons. So maybe with A.J. Brown out of the picture, you see a little bit of an uptick in performance from him. It's a little bit insane to me that he's 60-1 and a guy like Ashton Genty is 40-1. There still is a team component to this award. And then 2 bombs I'm interested in. The one Rams angle I think is live is Kieran Williams, Offensive Player of the Year at 100-1. That price is insane. Like, that's behind guys like Achane, Genty. Cam Scatterboo is more likely to win Offensive Player of the Year according to the odds than Kieran Williams. I don't think so. Like, I know people are going to say like, oh, Corum's going to eat into his carry share. That is a valid point. But really, it's like, can Kieran Williams be explosive with his carries, and who gets the goal line touches? Every single running back that's won Offensive Player of the Year has done so by either leading the league in rushing yards, rushing touchdowns, or both at the same time. And if you remember Saquon a few years ago, he was doing so with these explosive plays. And I think Kieran Williams offers a similar profile. And then I'm not saying he's going to win it, but 125-1 on Chris Olave is absolutely insane to me. Like, again, like the Tyson edition makes me a little bit concerned, and Olave can't stay healthy to save his life. But in a world where he's really healthy, he was top 10 in receptions and yards last year. And a big chunk of that came against a really bad Jets team and a really bad Titans coverage unit late in the year. But I think if Olave can stay healthy and Shaw takes a step forward, 125-1, you can do a lot better or a lot worse than that price on Olave.
Love that. 100-1, 125-1. Good stuff. Nick, week 1. Have you already fired away on any games? Are there any games that you're like monitoring? Maybe you're waiting for a half point here or there. Like, talk to me about some of the games that pique your interest.
Yeah, 2 bets so far. I bet Houston as a home dog against Buffalo. They just like Josh Allen can't run against them. Like Houston turns him into a one-dimensional quarterback. And early in the year, when you see more defenses tend to shine, it doesn't really square to me why Houston is a home underdog against a pretty fraudulent Bills defense. Like, Davis Mills and Woody Marks moved the ball on them last year. Like, that's concerning if you're Buffalo. So Houston minus 105, and then I took Minnesota minus 105 as a home dog to the Green Bay Packers. One of the more pronounced home field advantages, and this is quietly a Packers offensive line that is maybe one of the 5 worst in the NFL ahead of the season. Other than Zach Tom, it's horrible. And I imagine Brian Flores is sitting in his office right now, just like really hyping himself up of like how he's going to just eviscerate this offensive line. So And so Minnesota minus 105 is a home underdog. And then a couple I'm monitoring. I'm waiting to see if Carolina gets to +3 against Chicago. I would really like it if it does because I think this Bears defense sucks. And then I'm waiting for team totals to come out. There are a couple I like. 49ers team total under 21.5 against the Rams in Melbourne. And then I think that Dallas team total over against the Giants on Sunday Night Football is going to get some consideration for me. I'm assuming the total is pretty high anyway, but I think Dallas can clear a pretty lofty number there.
All right, Nick, good stuff. Appreciate all of your insights. We will check in with you throughout the season again, see how those bets are faring. Thanks for joining us. Have a great rest of your Sunday, and we'll talk to you again down the road.
You bet. Thanks, guys. Have a good Sunday.
Thanks, Nick.
That is Nick Hennigan, senior writer for BetMGM. I always like hearing what people have placed futures wise, or even like week one, Nick looking at some of those ones, PJ, because it offers, I mean, we all have our own perspective on like these teams and everything, but you hear what someone, and Nick writes about betting all day long. So he's in tune with all of this. So to hear some of his thoughts on the schedules for various teams he's high on, not just good, interesting stuff.
I love it. Have you bet anything yet for week one, Kate? Anything in the NFL?
I have not bet anything, but I'm with Nick that if the Panthers get to 3, I will be on the Panthers for week one. That is one that I think, I mean, there's so much hype around the Bears, even with them being a regression candidate. And I think the Bears, I did like what Nick said, that like maybe this regression stuff's gone a little too far on Chicago because he trusts Ben Johnson. I kind of trust Ben Johnson too. I still think that maybe they don't win as many games as last year, or maybe they don't win the division. But I think if this one gets to 3, Bears on the road, Panthers at home, Bryce Young, home underdog. We know he kind of thrives in those positions. If it gets to 3, I'll take the Panthers to cover there.
I like that one. I like his look on Houston. I mean, he's right. Like the Texans have always just been, that's the nightmare matchup for Josh. That's really the defense he's always struggled against. That should be a good one. I think Minnesota's a good play against Green Bay in a teaser, divisional game, week one, NFC North. That feels like a 1-score game. I gotta be honest, it is so gross, but I'm kind of thinking my favorite play in week one might be the Jets +3 against Tennessee. Because I know nobody in the world will be on the Jets in that game. I've heard so many people that just feel like it's way too low. And I think, Kate, so many people feel like in week one, they have to bet on the team that they think is going to have a good season, right? So There'll be people that are betting New Orleans +7. There'll be people that are betting Tennessee. There'll be people betting Dallas, like all these teams that we've heard a lot of people like in the offseason. Like, keep in mind, New England lost to the Raiders in week one last year and then played in the Super Bowl, right? A lot of funky stuff can happen in week one. You got the coaching change for Tennessee, all this hype. I don't know, man. That game's just like, the fact Tennessee's only a 3-point favorite, that feels stinky to me. So I'm in no rush to bet it because I think it could keep getting steamed up maybe to 3.5, and then I'll gladly bet that. But I'm looking to the Jets. I
mean, you're right. It's disgusting, but I agree with you that I think that's probably the right side because of all the hype for Tennessee. And I mean, a lot of people think that there's someone who could, I mean, they only had 3 wins last year. I mean, having a better season is not rocket science. Like they're going to have a better season than that. But yeah, the Jets, a team that not too many people have much faith in whatsoever, and for very good reason. But week one, you're right. It is funky. It's very funky. And so I could get on board with you betting on the Jets at +3 or even more so if it gets a little bit higher than that. All right, PJ, we got to take a break. On the other side, we're going to power rank our top 5 times of the NFL year. Think again, fantasy draft, Super Bowl, things like that. What's the best time of the NFL year? We'll tell you on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM Game Day with PJ Glasser and Kate Constable. We are not far from the start of the NFL season, just a couple weeks away, and just 3 weeks away from the start, or week 0 rather, of college football. So a lot of exciting stuff going on. PJ Glasser, Kate Constable here with you on BetMGM Game Day. We are going to power rank our top 5 times of the year within the NFL here in just a moment. Before we do, we have Mike from Dana Point on the line. He wants to talk a little bit about the Bengals offensive line. Mike, thanks for joining us. What do you got?
Hey, thanks a lot, folks. Appreciate it. Enjoy the show. I've been in California for 40 years, but I'm from Cincinnati originally. And so I follow the Bengals. Obviously, I'm a Rams fan now, but I do follow the Bengals. And my biggest concern with them, and my buddy Greg Cosell is a friend of mine, and I was talking to him last week about this. The offensive line was better last year. They couldn't have been much worse. Let's put it like that. But the addition of Dalton Reisner from the Vikings helped a lot on the run block on the right side at the guard spot. The rest of the guys aren't very good run blockers. They're all fairly good pass blockers, with the exception of the most important guy, Orlando Brown, Joe Burrow's best buddy, we would think. And I'm very concerned about his ability to protect Joe's blind side based on his numbers, pure and simple. What do you think?
PJ, you want to take that one?
Yeah, no, look, I agree with Mike. Most people are going to talk about Cincinnati's defense heading into the season, and they have to be better. I mean, they were one of the worst defenses in the NFL. They did a lot to address that, especially up front. They got Dexter Lawrence in a trade from the Giants and Jonathan Allen. But I think the offensive line and you know, them kind of revamping that a little bit got lost in the shuffle. And I'm with Mike. We all know that for the Bengals to win the division, get to the playoffs, get back to the Super Bowl, they got to keep Burrow upright and they got to keep him healthy. And the O-line the last few years has not been great. Orlando Brown Jr. had some great years with the Ravens and Chiefs, and he's been a good O-lineman. They need him to continue to do that. But Reisner, I agree. Good pickup. Karras at center, and then, getting Mims at right tackle as well. I think this will be an improved unit for the Bengals. So yeah, a lot of people are high on them coming into the year, but it's a good point because we focus so much on the quarterback, the receivers, and how much the defense needs to improve. But that offensive line needs to play better, and I think they did some good things in the offseason.
Yeah, I mean, good point by Mike and you, PJ. I mean, the most important thing for the offensive line is to keep Joe Burrow healthy. Because if Joe Burrow's on the field, he'll make things happen. Like, even if he's playing behind a weaker offensive line, he's a good enough quarterback where, I mean, obviously, if you had a great offensive line, maybe the Bengals would be, in the playoff conversation, Super Bowl conversation more often than they are. But I think the biggest thing is, like, this offensive line needs to figure out a way to keep Joe Burrow healthy and on the field. and then Joe Burrow can go to work. And if he has to improvise because the offensive line breaks down, several times throughout the game, obviously not ideal whatsoever, but that's better than him not being on the field because the offensive line can't keep him healthy. So good point by Mike that, the conversation often is about the defense and how poor that is over at Cincinnati. But the offensive line has been an issue because the quarterback can't stay on the field. And a lot of that is because the offensive line doesn't give him enough time or doesn't protect him in the way that they maybe should. So hopefully this season with some of those changes, the offensive line for the Bengals will be a little bit better. Because, PJ, we talked about the weird things happening in week 1 of the NFL season. What was it, 2 years ago? The Bengals lost the opener. Was that to the Patriots? And that knocked like everyone out of Survivor?
Yeah. Knocked me out.
Did it?
Mm-hmm. It did.
Yeah.
Still mad about it.
Yeah. So with that being said, week 1 being an exciting time of the NFL season, let's do a little power ranking, and we'll power rank our top 5 times of the year for the NFL. And I will let you go first, PJ. What time of the year is best for the NFL?
All right, so I'll start with 5, and then I'll work my way up to 1. I'll start with the Thanksgiving slate. I love those 3 games on Thursday this year. It's absolutely unbelievable. It might be the best Thanksgiving slate on paper, at least to start the season, we've gotten in a long time. But Thanksgiving's my favorite holiday, Kate. I call it the 3 Fs, family, food, and football. I love all 3 equally, and it's just great. You eat all that food, you watch all that football, one game after the other. And Thanksgiving signifies that we're starting to get that time. We're getting to that time of the year where the games really start to matter. Players and coaches talk about it all the time. So I'll put the Thanksgiving slate at number 5. Number 4 for me is going to be Championship Sunday. AFC title game, NFC title game, trip to the Super Bowl on the line, right? It's the Final Four of the NFL. The Rams-Seahawks game this past year was awesome. Even the Denver-New England game had a lot of drama towards the end. And it really can be the toughest game to win in the playoffs because you are that close to making it to the Super Bowl. So I'll put Championship Sunday at number 4. Number 3 is going to be draft day. When you're having your fantasy draft, personally, I always look forward to it, right? Whether it's with your friends that you've been doing it with 20, 30 plus years, or it's with coworkers, wherever it may be. There's nothing like 10 minutes before a draft, logging on, seeing the board, seeing where you're drafting, and getting ready to draft your team. So I'll put fantasy draft day at number 3. Number 2 will be the NFL divisional round weekend for me. A lot of people feel like it's the best. I certainly feel like it's the best round of the playoffs when you get the 1 seeds that come in and you get teams that have won the wild card games. It's always so good. Those 2 games on Saturday and Sunday, I absolutely love divisional round weekend. So I'll put that at number 2. And then number 1 for me, my favorite week of the year in the NFL is what we're going to experience in about a month, and that is week 1. There's just nothing like week 1. It's like waking up on Christmas or whatever it is. It's the overload, Kate. It is the definition of going from 0 to 100, where you just turn on Red Zone or you turn on Sunday Ticket and you just have 8-9 games on at 1:00 Eastern on a Sunday, and you remember how glorious it is to have all these games back. So I'll go Thanksgiving slate 5, Championship Sunday 4, having your fantasy draft day 3, NFL divisional round 2, and NFL week 1 is going to be number 1 for me. Notice I did not have Super Bowl Sunday in my top 5. I will maintain the stance. I think it is one of the most overrated days of the year, especially for a true sports fan. Like if we get a Super Bowl like we just did with Seahawks and Broncos, or excuse me, with Seahawks and Patriots, it's just, it's one football game that we're pushing all our chips in. We're hoping it's entertaining. I kind of love everything that comes with the Super Bowl in terms of like Super Bowl squares or hanging out with your friends or doing the actual game itself. It's kind of sad that this is the last football game that we get until August, September. So I've never been like the biggest fan of Super Bowl Sunday. I prefer these other 5 days to it, but NFL week 1, my number 1.
All right, PJ, I like it. Thanksgiving slate, Championship Sunday, fantasy draft time, divisional round, week 1. We have some similarities, on our board, and a few differences, but one that will echo your Super Bowl sentiments that you just said. So keep that in mind as I go through mine. Number 5, starting out the exact same way you did, Thanksgiving. That right there, I mean, part of it, it's like you've got the Thanksgiving games to look forward to. You're sitting on the couch with your family, you're having a drink. Like the overall environment of Thanksgiving football just doesn't get any better, and it's on all day long. So you start with the noon game, and it's only one game in each window. You're not trying to keep track of a zillion things, and it's awesome. It's awesome. Number 4. Let's see. I got to make sure I have my list correct here. Number 4, I'm going with a fantasy draft. I like the fantasy draft, not quite as high on my board as yours, but that is kind of like gets you excited for the start of the season. It's one of the first things that is like first, if you're not placing futures, like the first kind of like betting aspect a little bit, and not in like you're winning money, but like you're setting your team for the season long bet going forward, trying to compete each and every week. So I like the fantasy draft as well. For number 3, I'm going to go wild card weekend, because this is the start of the playoffs, right? And so we come off the week 18 where some of those games don't matter for a lot of teams. The competitiveness isn't all that crazy if teams either know that they're well in the playoffs, their positioning or whatnot. But wild card weekend, it's like the first very exciting round of the playoffs, obviously. Number 2, I'm going Super Bowl. And I'm going Super Bowl here, PJ. Not because of the game, to your point. The game is it feels corporate. Because everyone in the stands, it's all a corporate event. All the lead up to it, the pomp and circumstance, all of that, it's just not that great. And you're right. If we had Seahawks Rams in the Super Bowl, and I know that's not possible being they're in the same, conference, but a game of that excitement level last year, the Super Bowl would have been awesome. But we got the game itself wasn't all that great, but my husband and I throw a Super Bowl party every year. We pick a theme. We do theme the food based on where the location of the two teams are. We have all our friends over. We put a big board on the wall of the squares, and everyone can write their bets so we can all kind of keep track of those as we go. So I love the Super Bowl for that aspect of like the camaraderie, the friends having over, the parties, all that. You're right. The game itself sometimes feels overblown. My number 1, same as your number 1. Week 1. It doesn't get any better than week 1. It's like Christmas morning. It's awesome. You wake up. It's like the excitement, the anticipation the night before too. I've gone to a couple Bears games on week 1, but I kind of like to sit on the couch so you can watch everything throughout the day unfold. You have Red Zone on. That's an awesome part of it. So week 1 is mine. So I'm going 5 Thanksgiving, fantasy draft, wild card weekend, Super Bowl, and week 1. So some similarities throughout, PJ.
Love it, Kate. Week 1 definitely is the best. There's no doubt about it. It's just everything about it. Like you turn it on before the games start, you get all the pregame shows going on, right? And then it's that, Kate, I miss the feeling when all the pregame shows end and you have that 3-minute buffer with, like they bring the broadcasters on, they go to the final commercial break before the games kick off, and you're just like, Oh man, I'm getting ready for 11 hours of football all throughout the day. It's just it hits different that first week. So can't wait. It's only like a month away now. So we're getting close.
Does not get any better than that. Hall of Fame game was not on either of our cards. Surprisingly, PJ, a lot of sarcasm in that sentence right there. But the Hall of Fame game did happen this past weekend. We'll discuss what we saw. Carson Beck, not too shabby of a performance. That's coming up on the other side. PJ Glasser, Kate Constable. This is BetMGM Game Day. afternoon, Westwood One Sports. PJ Glasser, Kate Constable here on BetMGM Game Day. Coming up at 2:20 Eastern, Ben Verlander is going to join us to talk some Major League Baseball. He's an MLB analyst and host of the Flippin' Bats podcast. We'll get his thoughts on the postseason and if anyone can take down the big bad Dodgers. PJ, we just did our weekly power ranking of the top 5 times of the NFL year. Week 1 was the number 1 for both of us. Hall of Fame game wasn't on either of our lists. Not surprising whatsoever. Hall of Fame game, it's great for the NFL. You know, we have to have it. It's fun. It's kind of the unofficial kickoff of preseason football. But I'm going to be honest with you. I was in Texas this past week visiting some family and completely forgot that the Hall of Fame game was even on. I'm sitting at a bar and playing music bingo. All of a sudden I turn over and I'm like, oh, football. Yeah. Hall of Fame game today. Wow. Okay. Didn't realize that was this early, or that we're already at this point of August and the season. So, what did you think of the Hall of Fame game? Did you watch it?
I did a little bit. I was at a bar, so it was on in the background. I wasn't like glued into it. But yeah, for me, Kate, the Hall of Fame game has really always been, I tune in for maybe each team having a couple possessions. By the end of the first quarter, I flip to something new. Like I get people are excited that football's back and we've waited all this time and you just want to see people hit each other and those sorts of things. But again, when it's like when you're watching, 4th string and 5th string players that aren't going to make these rosters for a majority of the game, it's just tough. It's great that it was entertaining. It's great that both teams had quarterbacks that, especially if you watch college football, you've definitely heard of. Carson Beck, Keaton Slovis for the Cardinals, and then Kenny Pickett and Haynes King for the Panthers. And, all 4 quarterbacks, especially Haynes King and Carson Beck, were great for Carolina and Arizona. So, I think it's funny. You look at every preseason total for week 1 games and you don't have a single game that's above 40. So we all expect these games to just be slogs. And it's like the first to 20 is going to win, maybe even the first to 17. For this game to be 33-30, with probably the most eyeballs are on the Hall of Fame game of any preseason game. Definitely an exciting start, but yeah, I Kate, I'm not one of these people that's tuning in for all 60 minutes of the Hall of Fame game.
No, my only thought as I saw the game on TV was like, oh, I have to watch this because I work in sports. I have to know what's going on. We're going to talk about it. Like you got to know these things if you're going to work in sports. And I still was like, I'll check back in a little later. We'll get a recap of the game. Not going to sit in front of the TV for hours. But it's fun to have it on in the background of a bar. Like that's always great. That's kind of the extent of it. Carson Beck played great, 15 of 19, 188 yards and a touchdown. Fun to see, like you mentioned, some of those college players that we've watched for so long have some success early on in that game. I mentioned Ben Verlander coming up here about 30 minutes from now. Head over to BetMGM. Speaking of the Major League Baseball, here's a little crack for you. The sound of the bat hitting the baseball and a reward being dropped into your account. Take a swing each day in our free-to-play game. If you get a hit, you'll score a run. You'll score a reward, rather. You might score a run. But depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or home run, that's the reward you'll get. Game is exclusively available on BetMGM. So how it works, play as the batter, select an area of the strike zone. If you get a hit, you win a prize. You could win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same game parlay boost token. Head over to BetMGM, get in on that MLB boost token. Again, Ben Verlander joining us at 2:20 Eastern. And then at 3 Eastern, we have another guest talking a little NFL. That's Nick Shuck. He's going to join us from NFL.com. More to come on the other side. This is BetMGM Game Day with PJ Glasser and Kate Constable. This is BetMGM Game Day. He's PJ Glasser. I'm Kate Constable, Westwood One Sports. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. A lot of NFL talk going on today. We had the Hall of Fame game over the last week. We have a lot of injuries going on right now across the league and in training camps. Ian Rappaport just reported recently that Bears wide receiver, he left practice yesterday, Luther Burden, suffered a groin injury and should miss a little bit of time, sources say. That's one to keep an eye on, according to Ian Rappaport. Not a great sign for the Bears, who are also down a bunch of defensive backs, corners, safeties. That portion of the field is certainly hurting right now for Chicago with some of the injuries that they've had. But they're not the only ones. I mean, the 49ers have had a plethora of injuries across the board. The Bucks receivers, the Chiefs receivers, the list goes on and on and on. So it'll be interesting to kind of watch how that shakes out throughout the rest of the preseason, who's able to get back on the field quickest and healthiest, because you hate to see injuries, PJ, in the preseason kind of derail what's expected to be a good year for some of these teams when, I mean, they barely started practice. We don't even have joint practices yet. We don't even have preseason games. And it feels like some of these teams are already, and it happens every year, but some of these teams are already behind the 8 ball because of injuries in the preseason.
It's funny how everybody is so excited for football to get back, and then training camp gets here and you're almost just like so nervous. Like you're every day you're just checking your phone, hoping that, your favorite team, nobody got injured or no star players are going to be out a significant amount of time. Yesterday, obviously living in the DC area, the Commanders got a huge blow to their team with Laramie Tunsil, their left tackle, who's one of the best in the NFL. He's going to miss a significant amount of time. So unfortunately, all these teams deal with injuries. There are a couple that deal with some really significant blows to some really key players. And you just got to try to avoid as many as possible, because we all know that injuries are going to happen throughout the season. It's just, you got to try and avoid as many as you can, especially early on in the year. And that Luther Burden one for Chicago hopefully is nothing serious, because that could be big blow to their receiving core.
Yeah, he had a great rookie season last year. Supposed to be able to build on that this year, so we'll see. But you mentioned the Laramie Tunsil injury for the Commanders, PJ, and yeah, that is a massive, massive blow to their offensive line. I mean, one of the highest paid offensive tackles in football. But they do get another piece to the receiving core, and that's Stephon Diggs, signed with Washington last week, joins the wide receiver room, currently as Terry McLaurin. So, I mean, Diggs will likely be the number 2 behind McLaurin. And then you have Luke McCaffrey, Treylon Burks, the rookie Antonio Williams. So, I mean, some decent pieces, but I mean, no one as of the caliber of McLaurin or Diggs. So, I mean, pairing Terry McLaurin as kind of your vertical threat with Stephon Diggs, that at this point in his career can, do some things underneath. I like the signing of Diggs there. Last year with the New England Patriots, Diggs played in all 17 games, 85 receptions, 102 targets, over 1,000 receiving yards, and almost 12 yards per catch, which is a big number. 4 touchdowns. How much better do you think Stephon Diggs makes this wide receiving core for Washington?
Yeah, he definitely makes him better. I thought this was a good move for Washington, too. You mentioned their receiving core going into the season was going to be McLaurin as the one, and then it was going to be some version of Luke McCaffrey, Treylon Burks, and rookie Antonio Williams that a lot of people are high on coming into his first season out of Clemson. But that's not really all that great, Kate. I mean, if your number 2 is going to be one of those 3 guys, so to get Diggs in there, obviously a guy who's been doing it a long time, and even though he's not the receiver that he was in Minnesota or Buffalo, you still get a veteran that can be good in the red zone or on third down, possession receiver, and just another veteran presence that can be there for Jaden Daniels, who's still a young quarterback in the NFL, and these veteran wide receiver or these young wide receivers as well. So I think it's a great move for Washington. They had to do something to bolster that wide receiver room, because the thing about Jaden Daniels, when they made the NFC Championship game a few years ago, Kate, their wide receiver room was very similar to what it was going to be before they signed Diggs. It was Terry McLaurin and then everybody else. It was Olamide Zaccheaus. It was Noah Brown. It was De'Ami Brown. It was the corpse of Zach Ertz and Austin Eckler. Like, they really didn't have anybody. So Jaden has already shown the ability that he can win games and win postseason games and elevate everybody around him with a weak receiving core. If you can just give him any kind of help, it's only going to improve your chances if he can stay healthy. So, yeah, I don't know how you can't love the move for Washington. And, Diggs is a guy who's from the area. He went to high school in Good Counsel, which is in Maryland. He went to the University of Maryland. The fact that he gets to come back and be at home and, play with the Commanders, I'm sure he's excited about, and play with the QB like Jaden Daniels. I think it's a win-win for everybody.
This is a crazy note that our producer Zach threw in the rundown, PJ. Every team Stephon Diggs joined won their division that year, and 3 of 4 won a playoff game. 2015, the Vikings, they won 11-5. 2020, when he went to the Bills, 13-3 in his first year. The Texans in 24, 10-7. And then last year with the Patriots, they went 14-3. So, if you're just going off of that trend, which you can't, right, other things happen. That's a trend. Maybe trend is the wrong word. Maybe he is that impactful. But does Stephon Diggs move the needle enough where you're willing to bet the Commanders to win that division? I'm going to go ahead and say no, and especially no since the Laramie Tunsil injury.
I'm also going to go no, but I do think that there is a chance they have the best quarterback in the division, and that can move the needle, right? Think about it. If you're power ranking NFC East quarterbacks, I think everybody would agree Jackson Dart is 4. Okay. Yeah. So then it's Dak, it's Jaden, and it's Jalen. It's those 3. And I think you talk to different people and you get some different variation of that top 3. We've all seen moments where you can make a case for each one of those guys to be in the top 3. I think at this point in time, most people would probably have Dak 1. I probably would have Dak 1. But again, I think the upside of Jaden and what he showed 2 years ago, you could make a case he might be the best quarterback in that division. And if that's the case, and if Diggs can help him get back to that level, then even though him as a wide receiver might not be a difference maker, like he's certainly not a Jamar Chase or a Puka, right, or one of those. Right. But if he can help elevate his quarterbacks, then for sure. I still have my question marks about that Washington defense. But look, Kate, there was a time, again, coming off that year 2 years ago, we all thought maybe Jaden Daniels was already a top 5, top 6 quarterback in the NFL. If he can get back to that, then why not? Washington, maybe they can win that division or make some more noise in the playoffs like they did.
And I think even with in hindsight of the Tunsil injury, Diggs might be a really good piece for then what the Commanders might have to do, which is a little bit more of quick game throws, concepts, things like that. Jaden Daniels getting the ball out of his hands faster, and someone like Diggs who can, a veteran route runner, maybe he becomes a little bit more valuable when you have to slot someone else into that left tackle position for Laramie Tunsil. I also think the Commanders trading for, or acquiring Diggs rather, is they don't want to mess around again. Last year was kind of, last year's went the way it did because of the injuries to Jaden Daniels, but they know that if he's on the field and healthy, they were in the NFC Championship game his rookie year. You have a quarterback like that, you think you can get back there. Why do you want to waste time developing young wide receivers when you can add someone like Diggs? You can continue to develop those young wide receivers, but you don't have to rely on them in the same manner where you kind of have Terry McLaurin and everyone else if you didn't bring in Stephon Diggs. So he kind of fills that void and tells you that the Commanders are serious about winning, and they think that they have the quarterback. And he proved his rookie year that they do have the quarterback that can win them big games. So I really like the move for Washington.
I do too. I'm torn on the Commanders this season. I really don't know what to make of them. Their schedule is pretty tricky, and it's tricky out of the gate. They open up the season at Dallas and at Philadelphia. So right off the bat, you got 2 big games that, again, it's early, but could loom large at the end of the season. Then your home openers against the defending champion Seattle Seahawks. Then you travel to London to play Indy. You get the Giants at home, at San Fran, home against Philly again, and then home against the Rams. I mean, those are the first 8 games of the season for Washington. And we see this all the time in the NFL. Like, you play this game, right? You look at a team's schedule, injuries happen. It never works out the way you think and all those sorts of things. But on paper, for sure, getting the Eagles twice, getting Seattle, LA, San Francisco, and getting Dallas, that is a murderer's row for the Commanders. But we'll see. I tend to lean more so, betting like probably the under on them if their win total is at 7.5, because when they did have that great season 2 years ago, it was kind of like what Chicago was this past year, where they had all those fourth quarter wins and comebacks, and like that stuff just isn't sustainable in the NFL. And I just can't really bank on them doing that again. Because of that, I'd probably lean towards the under with Washington, and they just didn't do enough defensively. They didn't do enough offensively for me to really feel like they can take some big strides, even though I do think Jaden Daniels is still really good, and I still think he can be one of the top 5 or 6 quarterbacks in the NFL. Washington, I just don't feel like they did enough on both sides of the ball. And now you have this Tunsil injury too, which is going to be a big deal.
I'm shocked looking at the odds, and maybe I shouldn't be, that the Commanders and Giants are the same to win the division. I would have thought that the Commanders would have been at least a little bit higher just with the quarterback that they have compared to Jackson Dart. And I know Jackson Dart had some good games last year, and if the Giants, if Malik Neighbors is back and healthy and Scadaboo's healthy, like maybe they are a team that can compete more. So I wouldn't bet on either the Giants or the Commanders to win the division. I actually like the Cowboys to win the division. But are you surprised at all that the price for both of those teams, Washington and New York, is the exact same?
A little bit. You can understand it, right? Because a team like the Giants that obviously plays in a New York market, they're going to get a lot of backing when they're good, or their perception around them is that they're going to be good. You get Harbaugh in there. So maybe a little bit, but I understand it. Also, historically, this division, like Philadelphia's won it back-to-back years, but before that, I think it had been like 22 years since you had a repeat winner in the NFC East, right? So because of all the volatility and how you just this is the one division where you never know who's going to win it, you have to, account for those sorts of things. So it makes sense. The Eagles should be the favorite. They won it 2 years in a row. They've been the most consistent team in the division the last few years. Like, you understand it. Dallas, again, another team that you have to pay a tax on. They've one of the best offenses in the NFL, and that defense should be a lot better. I think the pricing in the NFC East makes a lot of sense. I think you've kind of lost. I think you've lost the value on Dallas at this point. I will say, these teams in the division, they do play each other early on in the season. So I mentioned that Washington, to open up the year, has Dallas and Philly. Dallas opens up against the Giants. Dallas opens up against the Giants and Washington. So these teams all play each other kind of the first couple weeks, and you're going to get some big changes on these prices. So like, if you like Washington to beat Philadelphia in week 1, and they're only a 4.5 point underdog, that's another one of those lines that's like kind of a little fishy. Maybe it is a good idea to just wait on Philadelphia, because if they lose to Washington, that plus 115 all of a sudden could jump up to like a plus 150 or something like that.
Looking at that week 1 line, that is fishy. It makes me wonder, like, are the books are they factoring in that maybe the offense for the Eagles might be a little slow to start with a new offensive coordinator?
That I
what's
think
the reasoning that they're not 5-6 points? I mean, Jaden Daniels, that's probably what it is, but it feels like that is a little short.
These games always tend to be pretty closely played too. Last year, they played against each other. Washington beat Philly 24-17 when, both teams Philly was resting guys at the end of the year. But Washington always plays Philadelphia tough, especially in Philly in the regular season. And I think because of that, I think Jaden's health is a big part. You make a good point about the offensive coordinator and how much that Eagles offense struggled last year. it's a divisional game, and 5 is a good amount of points, but it does feel a little light, right? Because what they're saying is if Philly's favored by 4.5, 5 in Philadelphia, if you were to flip this game and put it in Washington, the Eagles would be like a 2-point favorite, right? And if the Eagles were a 2-point favorite at Washington, I feel like people would just jump all over that. So it is definitely a little bit fishy of a line.
Yeah, that feels way too short. 2.5 on if you flip it for home field. 47.5 the total too. I kind of want to take the over, but I am a little worried. I want to see this Eagles offense before I bet too many Eagles totals, just to see what they're working with, how they're working with the new offensive coordinator and system. And for Jalen Hurts and company. All right, PJ, we got to take a quick break. On the other side, Ben Verlander, MLB analyst and host of Flippin' Bats podcast, is going to join us to talk a little bit about the run that we can expect for some of these teams come October. That's next. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Welcome back into Westwood One Sports. We're going to talk to Ben Verlander here in just a second, host of Flippin' Bats podcast, about what's going on in Major League Baseball right now. But we also, a little later on the show, I have to talk about this Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers story. It just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And it seems like it's a little bit of a mess for the Clippers, Kawhi, and the NBA right now, because that trade with the Raptors cannot go down until they figure out what's going on with all this Kawhi Leonard stuff. At the top of the hour, we will talk to Nick Shook. He's a writer for NFL.com. We'll talk to him about the upcoming season, some teams, divisions that he has his eye on this year. And then, of course, 3:20 Eastern, we'll do our draft that we do each and every week before we wrap things up. But we do have Ben on the line. Ben Verlander, again, a host of the Flippin' Bats podcast. Ben, appreciate you taking the time to join us. You played when you were playing with Detroit. And right now, we are looking at a Detroit team that plays obviously in the AL Central, and the race between the White Sox and Guardians has been fun to watch this year. But going into the season, did you think the White Sox were going to have as much success as they did? As they are, I should say?
Absolutely not. I did believe that I liked the offseason that they had. I thought they put themselves in a position after a really bad year and the laughing stock of baseball for the last couple of years. I thought they put themselves in a good position. Adding Murakami was huge. Murakami a few years ago had so much hype coming from MPB in Japan, and like the strikeout numbers and some injuries creeped in. And over here in the States, it was just, he got way too underappreciated for the player he is. And the White Sox took a chance. And I appreciated that. And they added some other help on offense and some bullpen help. And I appreciate when a team is really bad one year and actually puts some effort in. And in a weaker division, which the American League Central was going to be, even before the year the Tigers have had, I thought they would be better for sure. But even they went for it. And I love that they are where they are. They're taking advantage of an underperforming division. They went for it in the offseason by adding some pieces, and here they are. So did I expect it? No, but I did believe they would be a much better ball club this year.
Ben, nobody expected the Red Sox to do what they've been doing over the last month plus. It has been unbelievable. 32-6 in their last 38 games. You've been around the game a while. Can you remember anything ever like this? I know the Nationals were like 19-31, and then they won the World Series. You had the Mets that year with like Grimace and the OMG a few years ago when they had the massive turnaround. I just don't know if it feels like what Boston's been doing here as of late. Is this kind of the craziest turnaround that you can remember?
Yeah, I guess it's a little bit of recency bias, but I can't really think of another. I can't think of another situation like this. I mean, they were genuinely the worst team in the league just a couple of months ago. They were tied with the Rockies for the worst record in the game of baseball. And again, just the laughing stock of baseball with how everything shaped out over the last really decade since Mookie Betts was out the door, and then the Xander Bogaerts and Rafael Devers, and just the way they've handled trades and signings, and then the team just imploding and being terrible this year. And then all of a sudden, I mean, it just turned around. And that's the beauty of baseball. There's 162 games. You're truly never out of it. And when things just click for teams, it really is a snowball effect, and that can go in either direction. But when vibes are high, 162 games can get to be a lot and monotonous, especially in these summer months we are in. So when you have the vibes as high as they are right now and players all clicking together, you see what can happen. And I don't know if we will see this again. It hasn't happened before in Red Sox history. And when you start talking Red Sox history, it's a pretty big deal. So it's remarkable. I can't remember anything like this, and more credit to them. They were about to be sellers at the trade deadline. And then just a couple weeks later, they're like, wait, we should be buyers and go for it. And it's paid off for them.
Talking about vibes being high, the Texas Rangers, they've won their last 4 games, so they have to be feeling pretty good. And now they're only a half game back of the Astros right now. Every division within the American League is pretty competitive, but this one is the closest in the West. who do you like to ultimately win that division? I know we still have a little bit of baseball left to play, and it could be up for grabs with where those two teams are. But if you had to pick Astros or Rangers to win the AL West, who would you take?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it's shocking we're even here, to be honest. I had the Mariners being the World Series team out of the American League. I thought they had the most complete team in a weaker league this year, so I was super high on the Mariners, and it just hasn't clicked for them. And you sit and they're still just 4 games out, but I can't say that I believe in them at this point until they start turning it around. So it does look right now Astros, Rangers up there at the top. And I'm going to keep rolling with it because I said it in like May when the Astros were playing terrible but dealing with a lot of injuries, that I think the Astros are a playoff team. You know, for the last couple of years, they've been dealing with so many injuries. Last year, the most injuries ever for most IL innings ever for a team last year. And it's just been a shell of themselves. And this year, I do truly feel like that shell has started to get put back together. Yordan Alvarez has been healthy the entire season, thankfully, and it looks like he's going to be the American League MVP. He's unbelievable when healthy. Jose Altuve has been healthy most of the year. Jeremy Pena has been come back, and now you're starting to get some pitching back. So I believe the Astros are on the incline. I think they're starting to play better, and they're getting healthier as this season goes on and getting pitching back. So look, I think that roster is still the most talented in the American League West. They have a half a game lead after being way behind early in the year. So they're in control of their own destiny now. As you said, there's a lot of time. There's a lot of time left, like 40 some games left still, but they now sit where they want to be with the team getting healthier. So I would pick the Astros.
Ben, I mean, it feels like we've been asking this question all season to the American League, who's going to win it? Because, I mean, that final wild card spot has pretty much been held by a team who's had a record below 500. The Yankees and Rays have really been the two teams that have separated themselves record-wise. The Red Sox, who we just talked about, are now getting up to into the mix as well. But as of this moment, like if you had to pick your American League representative, you said you like Seattle in the offseason. Who would it be right now to win the AL?
It's such a tough question. This league is the American League is a head scratcher for sure. I mean, when I think it through right now, I know the best record in the American League is the Rays, and it's similar to me in the National League with the Brewers. I think the recipe that the Rays and the Brewers both have is good enough to have the best record in baseball throughout the regular season. I don't believe it works in October. I don't believe it makes you a World Series team. So I'm not a huge believer in the Rays getting to the World Series out of the American League. The Yankees need to get healthier. Apparently Aaron Judge is coming back, and Giancarlo Stanton is working his way back. But I need to see that. And if those guys do, I do think they should be the favorite. But right now, I don't really know how you don't run with the vibes of the Red Sox. Garrett Crochet will be working his way back. I think they'll have. I've seen that he probably won't be built up to throw 6+ innings by the end of the season. So they might have him out of the bullpen, which would leave like Garrett Whitlock and Aroldis Chapman and Garrett Crochet at the back of the bullpen, which is insane. So I don't even love the pick, but I guess right now I would ride with the vibes of the Red Sox, and they're going to continue to get healthier, and they're just winning right now, and the vibes are high there, and Fenway Park is a tough place to play in October. So I'll say them.
Ben, I mean, I'm kind of sick of talking about the Dodgers, as I think a lot of people are, but like it's the question that needs to be asked. Like, are the Dodgers just inevitable to win the World Series this year after trading for Skubal?
I'm not of that belief. Baseball is different than most any other sport, than any other sport. If you have the best player on the court in basketball, you're probably going to get to where you want to be. If you have the best quarterback in the league, you're probably going to get to where you want to be. In baseball, that's just not the case. Now, what the Dodgers have done the last couple of years is put like all of those guys on the same team. And that's why we've seen them win the World Series the last couple of years. But it's so difficult to win in October. And if you look back the last couple of years, 2 years ago, the Dodgers had their backs against the wall, and the Padres should have knocked them out of the playoffs. And then last year, just an inch or two away from losing the World Series. So anything can happen. The Dodgers are rightfully so the World Series favorites. They're coming off of back-to-back. They have the best roster, but come October, there's so much that can happen. So it's definitely not inevitable. There's I think a few teams when I look around that I believe could beat the Los Angeles Dodgers in the playoffs. So they will be there. They're not going to be first round exit for sure, but it's absolutely not like just chalk it up there already. The Dodgers are winning the World Series. I'm not of that belief.
Do you think the Atlanta Braves could be one of those teams, Ben? Because Kate and I were talking earlier, and it feels like they're really flying under the radar. Everybody's talking about the Dodgers, obviously, Brewers, the Cubs made some moves at the deadline. It even feels like people are more so talking about Philly in Atlanta's own division, but the Braves have been the best team in the NL East all season. They got a great pitching staff. Their lineup's been good. What do you make of Atlanta? Like, do you think they're good enough to beat the Dodgers in the postseason?
The Atlanta Braves are absolutely one of the teams I was talking about. They do continue to fly under the radar. I think it's just because of the year that they've had, to come out, they were riding a high. They were the best team in baseball for a couple of months into the year. And then they sort of hit a bit of a skid. And started struggling, and then Acuna went down, and then Spencer Strider went down, and then just like they got some tough injury news, and it kind of just felt like a bit of a repeat of last year with just the bad injury luck and then starting to play bad. And then you look up and it's like, wait a second though, they're still winning the NL East. The start they had at the beginning of the year has still put them in a good position. And then I think they started playing better, but the trade deadline comes along. And I don't think they had a good trade deadline at all. I thought they're in a good position with Chris Sale at the top of the rotation and some guys coming back and a really good offense and Acuna coming back and starting to play better. I thought like those vibes were building in Atlanta, and you could feel the potential of what they could be in October. And then to go out and not add a frontline starter, to me was a mistake, and I do think it's something that they'll regret in October. But they're definitely a team with Chris Sale at the top and that offense. I love this Atlanta Braves team. I think they're really good. And to your point, flying under the radar, they have the exact same record as the Los Angeles Dodgers. So yes, they are definitely one of the few teams that I think could beat the Dodgers in October.
We're talking with Ben Verlander, MLB analyst and host of Flippin' Bats podcast. Ben, in terms of how you view the season next year, or if we will have a season and the new CBA negotiations, what do you think if you had to make a prediction at this point? I know we're a long ways away from next year, but what does that look like?
I continue to be hopeful. Does that mean there's a new deal in place December 1st? I don't know if that's going to be the case, but I continue to be hopeful about the season. Look, I think one thing that everybody needs to realize is this is the art of negotiation and how it works. And now in the age of social media is used as a tool so it looks like it's doomsday on social media. And that's what every side wants. It's a leverage thing. So things online and publicly seem far worse than what is actually going to happen. And that's a tactic. It's happening on purpose. So it's natural to feel that way. But I do think baseball is at a place where everybody involved understands how great things are going and the direction that baseball is going and the attendance numbers and viewership. And we have the greatest baseball player of all time, in my opinion, right now, and some other all-time greats in their prime. And I just think everybody involved understands what's at play. And I'm hopeful that, look, it's necessary. There needs to be some changes, but I do think every side involved understands and wants to play and wants baseball. So that's my hopeful outlook on this, is that publicly it looks worse than it actually is, and hopefully both sides can figure this out for the betterment of the game of baseball, which I do believe everybody wants.
Yeah, I hope you're right, Ben. Ultimately, we don't miss any games, or if we do, not too many in 2027. I do want to ask you about the NL MVP race, because you mentioned Ohtani, who you believe, and I'm sure a lot of others do, is the greatest they've ever seen. PCA is having a heck of a season for Chicago. Right now, you look at the Vegas odds, and it's pretty tight, man. I mean, it's 50-50 right now for who's going to win NL MVP. Who do you think ultimately wins that award? Do you think it's going to be Ohtani again, or do you think PCA wins it for the Cubs?
Yeah, it's an unbelievable race in the National League right now, and it's kind of become that super quickly. You know, you asked a month ago, right before the All-Star break, and it's, you know, Shohei was running away with it, and then the pitching injury comes in play, and then he's shut down, and you don't know how long that's going to last. And PCA has gone on an absolute heater, and he's been unbelievable. And on top of, you know, I kind of consider their offensive numbers right now a bit of a wash. I mean, Shohei leads in some statistics, and Pete leads in some others. And obviously then there's Pete, that is, in my opinion, the best defender in the game of baseball, bar none. I think he's I actually don't even think it's close. I think he's the best defender in the game of baseball. So I've kind of come around to believe that recency bias will be a thing here. And if Shohei doesn't get back on the mound as a starter the last, you know, in September, call it, then I think this could be Pete's, as long as his offense stays where it has been. If Shohei does come back and pitches the last month of the year and has a couple of good games on the mound, I really still believe it's going to be Shohei's. But as we sit right now, I do believe it's neck and neck. But I struggle from my perspective. I try and not buy into the recency bias thing and think, okay, there was Shohei pitching for half of a year as a Cy Young caliber pitcher, and you can't take away the fact that he's 8-2 with a 1.79 ERA on the year with almost 100 strikeouts. That's remarkable. But if he doesn't come back and Pete stays on this stretch he is, while playing the defense that he always does, defense doesn't slump. He's going to keep playing that defense. I do believe he could win it.
Yeah, that's been a crazy race to watch and a fun one. It certainly will be going the rest of the way as well. Ben, appreciate your time. Thanks for coming on, giving us your insight. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. We'll talk to you down the road.
Of course. Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
That is Ben Verlander, former MLB player, MLB analyst currently, and host of the Flippin' Bats podcast. Yeah, I mean, the race, PJ, I don't know, maybe we were on together a couple months ago when people were starting to talk about PCA within the MVP race, and it was kind of like, really? Like, maybe that's only because he's the closest thing to Shohei right now, but there's no way PCA is going to catch Shohei, and now here we are, and it feels like it's like recency bias, like Ben just said, could come into effect, but the fact that PCA's even closed the gap this much is pretty crazy.
It's so interesting, Kate, because Ben's right. It's all going to come down to whether or not Ohtani pitches in September. And the Dodgers are going to have to make the decision of, do you want to risk it and have him pitch in the regular season and him re-injure himself, or you have the devil's advocate of, you should pitch him so that he gets ramped up and you can start him in postseason games. But because they have an 8.5 game lead in the West, because they know they're going to win the division, they know they're going to be in the playoffs, there's really no urgency for them to rush Shohei back. And I think if Shohei doesn't pitch again, Pete's going to win NL MVP. But if Shohei does pitch and he has 2 or 3 really good starts, he ends up winning the award. So I don't know what you do. If I had to bet it, I'd probably bet Shohei, because he controls the whole thing. If he pitches and he pitches good, he's winning the award. And even if he doesn't pitch, he could still win it. So I think he's probably the bet to make. But I also think there are a lot of voters out there that are just, they want to give it to somebody else, right? So it's a great race. It's going to be fun. It's going to come right down to the wire. But I really like Ben. It's going to be about whether or not Shohei pitches in September.
Yeah, Shohei kind of has the reins in this situation right now. But I mean, if he doesn't come back, PCA keeps playing the way he does. Would not be shocked if PCA takes it home at the end of the season. PJ, what in the world is going on with Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers? Another bad turn for that group with the investigations going on into some salary cap circumventing for the Clippers. We will tell you the latest in that whole situation on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports. Just talked to Ben Verlander a little bit about what's going on in Major League Baseball right now, who he thinks has a shot at winning the World Series. And you have a shot to go over to BetMGM and receive an odds boost token. Players will receive an MLB odds boost token and an MLB parlay boost token with this promo over at BetMGM. To use the token, add MLB bets to your bet slip and activate the respective token. If you win your wager that was made with either token, you'll receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. So head over to BetMGM, get in on that MLB odds boost token. PJ, we haven't talked much NBA because it's the offseason. There isn't a whole lot going on, except if your name is Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers, because there are more allegations coming out within these sponsorship situations and the salary cap circumventing of allegedly what the Clippers are doing. So, last season it came out that Kawhi Leonard had a sponsorship deal with this company called Aspiration. It's a now bankrupt sustainability company, whatever. It doesn't matter. But, I mean, the allegations are that the Clippers were kind of funneling money through that sponsorship deal for Kawhi to not have to pay him within his contract, his NBA contract and the salary cap to get around that. And now there's a new allegation that came out that he also has a sponsorship or partnership with Daktronics, which is the company that builds the massive Jumbotron board inside the Clippers Intuit Dome. So, I mean, one of these sponsorships could kind of be explained away in essentially, I mean, if you're, I don't know, maybe explained away is not the right term, but like could be justified. And maybe the facts weren't all there. Two of these types of things, now that another one's now it's getting, if it wasn't fishy before, it's extra fishy.
Very much so. I'm kind of shocked that Adam Silver's let it go this far. Like the fact that they've been reporting on this for this long and haven't found anything, and it's still dragging out, and it's affecting this deal with Toronto and whether or not he's going to trade him is nuts. I mean, how much longer are they going to let this go? Like, are they going to let this go into September? I mean, are they going to let this go into October? More than anything, Kay, that's just what's surprising to me is that this has been under investigation. We didn't hear about this for a while. And then Kawhi gets traded. This pops up like 3 weeks ago. That all of a sudden the trade is paused because they want to relook into it. Like at this point, if you haven't found anything, I don't know. It's just, I think it is a bad look for Adam Silver, for the league, that they've let it drag on this much. And it's tough. It's really put both these teams in limbo, especially Toronto, who's kind of pushed their chips in. They went out and acquired Kawhi again. Feel like they could compete this season in the Eastern Conference, and now they're just kind of waiting day by day to see what's going to happen.
PJ, the earliest training camp, and I don't know what teams this is for. I mean, it's within days, but starts September 24th. We're August 9th. Like, we don't have a whole lot of time to wait and figure this out. And yeah, you do kind of, I mean, I feel for the Raptors. I don't feel that bad for them. This is sports. They'll figure it out, whatever. But like, they were hoping to have Kawhi this year. They wanted that trade to go down. And now I don't think the trade is going to go through before the start of this season, because it does feel like they have a lot of things to figure out. And the Raptors, if I were the Raptors, I wouldn't want to be caught in this situation in any sort of capacity, unless everything has been all punishment, if there is any, has been handed down prior to the start of the season, and everything's been taken care of. And I knew that if Kawhi was coming over to my team, aka the Raptors, that there wouldn't be any other issues. But I don't know if we get there at this point.
If Kawhi ends up getting found that he is guilty of this, and the Clippers are found to be guilty of this, what do you think is the punishment? Do you think we have seen the last of Kawhi Leonard playing in the NBA? Do you think he gets suspended a year? Do you think the Clippers have like a 2-year playoff ban? Like, I don't know. Like, what do you think is the repercussions if they are found guilty?
Well, under the CBA, a player can like surrender all their benefits, things like that, all of their like the money they made, but they can't be suspended. Which is interesting. So I don't think a ban's coming for Kawhi. I think it'll come down hard on the Clippers, Ballmer, suspensions there, fines, draft picks, things like that. But I'm not sure Kawhi actually misses time, even though he's a part of this as well. This segment sponsored by Progressive. Commercial insurance. Protect small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressive.com. On the other side, we're going to talk to Nick Shook of NFL.com. We'll turn our attention back to the gridiron. That's next here on Westwood One Sports. Final hour here on BetMGM Game Day. He's PJ Glasser. I'm Kate Constable. About 20 minutes from now, we are going to do our weekly draft that we do every week on the show. This week, we're going to draft. It's a little tricky here. Stay with me. We're going to draft Heisman winners and college football title winners. So you have to pick 2 Heisman winners and 2 title winners for college football this year. That's the 4 draft picks. Then we will discuss and see who's won our draft. That's coming up about 20 minutes from now. But it's still time to talk a little NFL. And to do so, we bring in Nick Shook. He's a writer for NFL.com. You can see him on the NFL Network as well. Nick, appreciate you taking the time to join us today. We just had the Hall of Fame game this last week. Carson Beck looked pretty good in that game for the Arizona Cardinals. Is there, well, I guess I'll ask the question this way. If Carson Beck sees the field as a starter at any point this season, how early do you think that might be?
That's a good way to frame it right there, because I think we will see him at some point this season, just because I have a pretty low ceiling for these Cardinals. Now, they do have, legitimate weapons on this offense, and I think Jacoby Brissett could probably do more with it than most of us expect. But given that, the expectation is just that they're not going to win a lot of games, at some point they'll probably be intrigued enough to want to, get a longer look at Carson in a regular season game. That's if he, continues on this trajectory, because that was quite an impressive start to his, NFL journey in the Hall of Fame game. So how early would I go? Sometimes you have to weigh desperation. This is the first time head coach with a new staff. You're expecting a bit of a longer leash. So the desperation, the warmth of the seat is not as intense as it might be in other situations, which would prompt an earlier change. I will say you probably don't see it until after, week 10. This is barring injury, of course. This is just like all right, well, we're at this point in the season. We don't have much to lose. We want to get a better look at him. If it were before week 8, I would be kind of surprised. It would be a sign of a greater sense of urgency than I anticipate with this team. And I also don't think that they're going to struggle that much to really necessitate that move. So let's go with after week 10.
Nick, what is your strongest take this season that you feel the best about? It could be a player to win an award. It could be a team to win a division, go over a win total, a team to go under a win total, bad or good, but heading into the season a month from now, as of now, what is your strongest take that you feel best about?
I think that the Cowboys are going to be better than people expect. And I know that the over-under on them, I think, is like 9.5 or something like that, which is still a pretty good range. But I just think that they're going to be so much better than people expect, because their rebuilt defense hopefully comes together. If it comes together, that's all they lacked last year. They had an incredibly explosive offense that carried them throughout the entire season. If they could just get an average or slightly better than average performance from that defense, they're going to be one of the best teams in the NFL. If all that comes together, now there's a lot that obviously has to go right for that to work. But I think that they're the one team, usually they always attract headlines. There's always some sort of buzz. Jerry Jones always generates the buzz if there isn't some buzz happening with them. But they've been unusually quiet. And I think that when teams are unusually quiet and they've made, strong additions to their roster and addressed areas of need, they set themselves up for an improvement. And so, we look at the NFC and we're all talking about the Rams and everybody else and Seahawks, and that's fine. I mean, those are all very quality teams, but I think one of those teams that's going to be in the race all year long and going to look a lot better than people expect is the Cowboys. And I would put them, I think I had in the record prediction whole process, I think I had them around like 12 wins. I could see them being, a very strong team.
Sticking in that division, how does the Laramie Tunsil injury change the way, if at all, that you view the Commanders this season?
This is the team that I have the toughest time figuring out right now, because we inherently, when we go into a new season, we always look back at what happened last year. And last year was a nightmare. It was a disaster for the Commanders. But a lot of that had to do with the fact that they couldn't stay healthy at a number of key positions, most notably the quarterback position, with Jaden Daniels getting hurt 3 separate occasions and just having his entire sophomore season basically ruined by health issues. If he can stay upright and on the field, that is going to raise their ceiling. Losing Laramie Tunsil is pretty significant. I mean, that's his protector. That it directly relates or directly affects how well you can protect Jaden Daniels and keep him on the field. So I think it's pretty significant. But this is a team that I have a hard time figuring out because of the same, kind of the inverse of what I just said about the Cowboys, which is that this is another team that invested heavily in their defense because they had such a bad defense last year. Dan Quinn, notoriously, the defensive-minded coach, going into year 3 now where, you forget that year 1, they had an incredibly successful run, going all the way to the NFC Championship game in a season that nobody really anticipated. But I feel like his seat might be a little warm just because of how bad it was last year. So they went and attacked the defensive side of the ball. They went after a ton of veteran talent. They draft Sonny Styles as well. I mean, you look at their starting lineup, it looks almost entirely different from what they had out there last year. But I don't know how to project for them because I don't know how this is going to come together. Dan Quinn's a guy that you would want to oversee that sort of process in building a defense, but I just don't know what it's going to produce, what it's going to look like. The addition of Stephon Diggs is very nice at receiver as well. It gives them a solid, 2 guys, because before it was Terry McLaurin and whoever else. We'll just sort out the rest. Hopefully Diggs can fill a role kind of like what he did with the Patriots last year. If he can and Jaden Daniels can stay on the field, they'll be, much better than they were last year. I just have a really tough time feeling confident about where exactly I would place them. And you lose your left tackle, that definitely is not a positive outcome.
Nick, right now, most people would agree in some order. The top 5 quarterbacks are Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Burrow, and Stafford, in whichever way you want to rank them, 1 to 5. And then when you get to 6, you'll have some people that like Herbert, some like Dak, some like Drake May, right? Everybody's kind of got that quarterback that they like more than maybe most do or others do. Who would be like that 6 for you right now? Who's the QB that maybe you like at 6 that maybe others wouldn't necessarily put there?
Yeah, I would probably go Dak. I feel like the reputation that he carries is accurate in some ways and unfair in others, primarily because he wears the star on the side of his helmet. He has been one of the best passers in the NFL over the last 3 or 4 years, and a lot of it hasn't been really recognized because the Cowboys haven't been able to deliver as a team. And so I think that it's kind of diminished his reputation, as opposed to where he really exists in that group of like top 5, top 6, 7 quarterbacks. He's routinely up there in my QB index rankings by the end of each of the last 3 seasons. I think he made it every time. He finished number 3 last year, not only because of the stats, but just, he was incredibly accurate throughout the year. And because the Cowboys struggled, he didn't get a lot of attention paid to him, and he wasn't really recognized for how good he was, but he was very, very good. So I would probably go with him first. Drake May, is on that trajectory. Obviously, he was a finalist for the NFL MVP last year, nearly won it. And, he's going into year 3, so you think, well, the sky is the limit for this kid. But if I had to trust between the 2, I would probably lean on Dak because of experience at this point. And then Herbert's kind of a guy where you see the talent, you've seen what he's been at his best. We haven't seen his best over the last few years, but he's got an incredible arm and, he's a willingness to make whatever play is necessary to sacrifice his body. He's been like that. He's had to be like that with the Chargers over the last couple of years because they've had no protection for him. So the best is yet to come, I think, and I hope for him, as long as they can keep their offensive line intact. But of those 3 guys, I would probably go Dak right now. Not that Dak has the highest ceiling. He's probably the most trustworthy and the one who's been the most consistent, given the fact that we've only had a couple of years of Drake May. But like 2 or 3 years from now, it's probably going to be the reverse order. It's probably going to be Drake May and Justin Herbert battling for 1A, 1B, and then Dak somewhere beneath it. But as it stands right now, I would probably go with Dak.
Nick, in terms of first-year head coaches that we have in the NFL, which ones do you have the most confidence in, whether that's Joe Brady, LaFleur, Minter, you name it?
That's a great question because I think a lot of these hires, like Minter returning to Baltimore, it's an attempt to not really deviate too far away from what you'd established with John Harbaugh. Joe Brady basically being promoted from offensive coordinator to head coach, kind of the same thing. We like what we have offensively. We needed to make a change. We needed to be better defensively. So let's just go in on the young coach, the rising star who was once like the phenom of a coach a few years back. I remember when he went from LSU to the NFL and that whole thing. But it's kind of the same thing where it's all right. Well, he has an established relationship with Josh Allen. He's overseen an offense that has finally returned to the run and produced an NFL leading rusher in James Cook. We like what we have there. So I think that they probably have the best chances of success, those two. The hard part is because they're first-time coaches, how do they handle, moments of adversity that we haven't seen them, be in the driver's seat for? And the other two are walking into lesser situations, but I think that they're both good fits as well. This is probably the first time in a while where I've seen pretty much every head coaching hire makes sense. I was a little confused or perplexed by the Browns hiring Todd Monken. Reports out of their camp have been very positive so far, so we'll see if that works out in their favor. And then, my skepticism was wrong. Robert Saleh is not a first-time head coach, but he is another guy who got hired this cycle to go to Tennessee. But it's probably the first time in a while where I've seen most of the hires and thought, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's a good hire. I believe that Clint Kubiak's going to have an interesting test because he came in with basically the expectation, if not demand, that he have a veteran quarterback to start off the year. And he went and got, Kirk Cousins as a result. The Raiders went out and did that for him. And then they're going to transition to Mendoza at some point. That's an interesting situation because, first time coach comes in with veteran. We've seen it play out like that before. I think I can think back to like the 99 Browns with Ty Detmer and Tim Couch, which was a nightmare. This will not be, as much of a nightmare with the Raiders. Mike LaFleur is interesting because it was a quarterback situation that we kind of just discussed with Carson Beck, Jacoby Brissett, and don't forget Gardner Minshew is also in that mix. And a team that has talent and has one of the weapons that needs to start to produce in Marvin Harrison. How can he incorporate them, Harrison into the offense and everything else, and can he get more out of Harrison than the previous staff did? So I feel the most confident about Minter and about Brady because they're kind of in situations that they don't have to completely come in and revamp. And if I had to go between the two, I'm probably going to go with Brady just because that offense will continue to carry the Bills. That's a tough one, though. It's a tough one to feel the most confident about any of them.
Nick, you told us that the Cowboys were a team that you were higher on maybe than most people. You were just going through some of the new coaches and some of those teams and maybe how you think they're going to fare this season. But is there a team out there that maybe won a division last year, made the playoffs last year, or a team that has high expectations this year that you're not as high on as other people?
I would like to look at the NFC South. It's just not a division that I feel strongly about really anybody. In fact, the team that finished last in the division, I'm actually the most intrigued by, and that's the Saints. Year two, Tyler Shuck and Kellen Moore, and see what they can do with the addition of Jordan Tyson. Chris Olave just got extended. They added Travis Etienne to that backfield. I think that's a team that people are probably overlooking that might be, more interesting and exciting to watch this year. But that's a wide open division because every other team in the division has some reason to feel not great about them right now. Carolina has had a rash of injuries to start their camp. Nick Scorton going down, one of multiple, both their starting tackles, their outlooks are uncertain as of right now. Luckily they went and drafted one and got another one in free agency. So they've got a bit of a backstop there, but I mean, they won the division at 8-9 last year. And I hate to be somebody who's like picks out a team that's a candidate for regression, but I just don't feel super strongly about them at this stage. Now they could overcome those injuries and prove me wrong. Tampa Bay, the vibes there have been bad since they started camp with Vita Vea, requesting a trade. Baker Mayfield coming out and saying, hey, they should have paid me, and now it's going to cost them a lot more because I'm going to have a great year. I don't like the vibes around that team. They've lost both of their veteran leaders, and Mike Evans going to San Francisco, and Levante David retiring. That feels like a team that's headed toward a transition, and so I'm concerned about their prospects. In Atlanta, we have all this uncertainty at quarterback. For the first 2 days of camp, they had a guy that nobody's probably ever heard of, Jack Strand, taking QB1 reps because Tua Tagovailoa had a back issue, and Michael Penix is still working back from his knee injury. So there's big questions to answer there. They also lost Jalen Walker, the edge rusher. So yeah, this whole division, I'm really uncertain about. And since they all finished 8-9, I guess they all qualify to answer your question, but it begins with Carolina and it extends beyond them to almost the entire division. It's just most of the other divisions and most of the other teams, I can find reasons to be optimistic about, this team or that team. The South, I just look at it and I go, oh no, it's the division that was won at 8-9, and I could see the worst team from last year winning it this year, and I could see it shaking out in any which fashion. And I'm confident about basically none of them except the team that was in last place last year in the Saints.
We're talking with Nick Shook, writer for NFL.com. You can see him on the NFL Network as well. Nick, we had some running backs get paid this past week. Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jonathan Taylor all signed big contracts, reset the running back market with the Gibbs contract as him being the highest paid one. Do you think those contracts are justified? Are they still too low dollar-wise or yearly annual value? We're just kind of, what do you think? I mean, a couple of years ago, all the running backs were on Twitter complaining that they weren't being valued enough. Are they being valued enough now?
Bijan Robinson's not really being valued enough, I don't think. I mean, yeah, none of the contracts that came in, I guess, Gibbs got the best of the three, but I mean, the APY is only $250,000 more per year than Bijan Robinson. Yeah, it's an illustration of a position that, I mean, look, we have a salary cap that continues to rise annually. So, if you look back even a few years ago when these running backs were talking about how they weren't valued and weren't getting paid, if you showed them these contracts, they'd be happy. But it is all market relative. It's just one of those position groups that was underpaid for so long because it has, the shortest shelf life of pretty much any position in the NFL, that it's still taking a while to catch up. Now, $22.5 million per year to Jahmyr Gibbs. I mean, when Saquon got his extension, it was 20.6 per year. You thought, ooh, man, I don't know if that contract's going to look good a few years from now. When McCaffrey got 19 per year, you're like, oh, wow, that's a lot. But like Devon Achane, still below him at 16 a year. Derrick Henry at 15 a year kind of sounds like a bargain at this point. These are all numbers that, a few years ago we would have thought were too much then. So I don't think that you end up, when you pay one of your starting guards who's an ascending guard more per year than you're paying your running back, it kind of tells you how these teams, value these positions as they construct their teams and their rosters. And I think running back is just, even when we have these star guys, until somebody does what basically Derrick Henry has done, and barrels through the 30-year-old wall and continues to be productive, you're not going to see teams invest in these guys just because it's not really the wisest business move for them. And I understand, but the worst contract of all, I think, at running back right now is still James Cook. Given what he's produced and the situation in which the contract that he got, happened, there was a bit of a hold in and during that camp and everything else, and then he gets the extension. It's way down the chart. I mean, compared to some of these other guys, it's like outside of the top five. It's below Travis Etienne at this point, slightly ahead of Kyron Williams. It's below Josh Jacobs. Jeremiah Love on a rookie deal is making more in APY. Average per year than James Cook is right now. That's kind of a problem. But this position group, I think they're not going to see the values of these contracts increase, tremendously until multiple, are able to prove that they can last beyond 30 years old.
Nick, we're 5 Sundays away from week 1 in the NFL. Do you have a favorite game of the week 1 slate?
Oh, that's a great question. And it kind of goes to show where we are right now in the process because, I mean, we're going into preseason week 1 right now, right? So it's like, all right,
yep.
we're thinking about what's on the slate there. But if you get to week 1, Patriots Seahawks, Super Bowl rematch, Sunday Night Football, that's got to be one of them as well. It's a good test of where each of these teams, I think, will be, given that, Seattle loses Kenneth Walker, but they're still seen as one of the best teams in the NFL, understandably so. And the Patriots, they had a number of departures, especially on the defensive side of the ball, but they get A.J. Brown. You pair him with Drake May. New England didn't have the smoothest off season off the field. It's going to be an interesting examination of where both of these teams stand right now. So that one's definitely near the top of the list. But I'm also looking at, Broncos Chiefs. Broncos Chiefs, and where's Patrick Mahomes at that point? Where is he in the knee recovery? He talks about he feels fine. And he almost forgets that it was in existence, and that it was a problem. But I want to see that as a nice little test early on of the dynamics of the AFC West, because the Broncos are the new kings of the division, and they feel very, very confident. Them and their fan base feel extremely confident about their chances. They feel like they probably let an opportunity to get to the Super Bowl slip through their fingers last year because Bo Nix went down. Are they going to be able to come out and make a statement at Arrowhead against the Chiefs to kick off the season? That's going to be quite a scene to round up, cap off week 1.
Nick, just real quick, one last one here. The fact that Aaron Donald is back practicing with the Rams, or maybe practicing is the wrong term. He went and had a tryout. I don't have the term in front of me. But the fact that he's doing any sort of thing with the Rams, right, kind of means he's coming back. Is the writing on the wall?
Yeah, I think this is going to be happening. What I expect, and I know this is a fun little thing that we've tracked for a while now, is it went from can I find the fire to I'm going to go to the Rams facility and put pads on and run around and see if I still have it. And now it's I'm going to work out and I'm going to do this. And it just seems like everything is trending in that direction, that he's going to come back and give it another shot. And with this team, I understand why. It's kind of funny that he's been away from football for a couple of years. And yet now it's just like, oh, well, they got Myles Garrett and they redid the defense and they look like the best team on paper in the NFL. Why not come out of retirement? I've stayed in shape. Let's just go do it. It's going to be a funny little story to follow. But we also had Phillip Rivers come out of retirement last year and play for the Colts. So, crazier things have happened. I feel like this is just a matter of time, and it becomes, when do you think he actually comes back? And I like to think of, past veterans who would wait to sign their contract until the end of training camp. And I could see Donald being back, let's see, we're going to preseason week 1. I could see him being back before the final preseason game, which would be in week 3. So a couple weeks from now, that he's back on the field and getting the reps in that he needs in practice and everything else, but out of the training camp environment to get ready for the season. But I think it's soon. It's coming soon. It's going to be a fun thing to follow.
Yeah, definitely going to be a fun thing to watch with Garrett and Donald both on that defense for the Rams, if that does come to fruition. Nick, we appreciate you taking the time to join us. Thanks for all your insight. Enjoy your Sunday. We'll talk to you down the road.
Thanks for having me.
That is Nick Shook, writer for NFL.com. All right, coming up on the other side, our draft for today's show. We're going to draft Heisman winners and college football championship winners. That's next. Stick with us. BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Welcome back into BetMGM Game Day. We've got our weekly draft coming your way in just moments. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, for this week's draft, a little tricky here, but we're going national champion and Heisman picks. So you have to have two of each, two national championship picks and two Heisman picks. You can pick them in any order you want. If you want to go both Heisman first, you can do that, or you can mix it up throughout. We'll do a snake style draft. Grant will start us off. I will go next. We'll go to our producer, Zach, and PJ will wrap things up and then wrap it back around. All right, gentlemen. Grant, you're up first. Who are you going with? A Heisman and national champion pick?
Well, when I first heard about the draft, I said this had PJ Glasser's name written all over it. I know he's a fiend for something like this, and he lives for college football. But my first pick is going to be chalky, and it's going to be one of the favorites. So my first pick is going to be a national title team that I think can win. It's going to be Ohio State Buckeyes, like from top to bottom. They have a complete roster. They're set in almost every position. Every year in the draft, you see at least 4 or 5 to 6 guys drafted in the first round. Julian Sayans, the quarterback, Jeremiah Smith on the outside, throwing to him. Stellar defense year in and year out. It's going to be good. They're going to be a great team. They're going to compete in the Big Ten, and they're going to compete in the national title race. So Ohio State, my first pick.
All right. That's a good pick. Can't argue. Can't argue with that whatsoever. For my second pick, I'm like debating whether I take the team or the player. Or for my second pick. For my first pick, the second overall, I'm going to go CJ Carr for Heisman. I'm going to take him off the board. I kind of wanted to take Notre Dame as my natty, but I think Carr is a good first one, so I'm going CJ Carr for Heisman. Zach.
I'm going to stick with the trend of Heisman started by Kate, and I'm going to continue with the chalk as well. Give me Arch Manning. He's my official pick to win the Heisman. I think the narrative and conversation around him right now is so fascinating because literally I think everything we were saying about him going into last year is true about him going into this year. Just not a ton of people are realizing it because he did have a pretty poor start, but I was super impressed with the way he turned it around last season. So I will take Arch Manning to win the Heisman as my first pick.
Very good.
Not too shabby.
All right. So we got Ohio State, CJ Carr, Arch Manning. The board fell to me beautifully. I'm going to take, so I got 2 picks back to back. I'm going to use them both on national champions. I will start with Notre Dame. That is my pick to win the title this year. The schedule's very favorable. They're going to be into the playoff. All they got to do is make it into the top 12. CJ Carr's great. Kate, like you said, favorite to win the Heisman, very easily could. Marcus Freeman's one of the best coaches. Their defense is elite. Their offensive line's great. This is the best Notre Dame team that they've had in a long time. And I kind of think it's championship or bust for the Irish this year. I think they win it. So easy pick for me with them still being on the board. And then my next pick to kick off round 2, Zach took Arch Manning to win the Heisman. I'll take Texas as my other national championship team. Ohio State is the most talented team in the country, but Texas is right there, you guys. And they can make an argument for maybe being the most. There's a world in which Texas could have like 6 or 7 first-round draft picks this year. Like they are that loaded. And if Arch ends up being what people think he could be, they might have the best receiving core in the country. Their defense is still really good. I think Texas could do some big things this year. So I'll go Notre Dame and Texas as my 2 title picks.
So we know that the Big Ten has won each of the last 3 national championships. I think that streak is going to end this year, and I even think there's a good chance that the national championship game might just be between 2 SEC teams. PJ just took Texas. They might be one of them, but my pick to win the national championship is Georgia, and I'm going to pick them here. I think what they've done the last 2 years has gotten a little bit under the radar because they haven't had great success in the playoffs, but they've won the SEC regular season the last 2 years, winning the SEC championship game over Alabama last year and Texas the year before. Gunnar Stockton, veteran quarterback, I believe in Kirby Smart. So give me Georgia as my first national championship pick of the draft.
I like it. I'm going to go. I'm going to go with the Big Ten team to win the title again. Make it 4 in a row. Why not? Let's go Oregon. Give me some Dan Lanning, some more. I'm going the Oregon Ducks to win the championship this year.
Solid pick, Kate.
Good
I like
pick.
it. I think Oregon has a good shot of being a national title contender. So I'm actually leaning to SEC territory with this one. I'll knock out my first Heisman one. I'm going to pick Trinidad Chambliss. I can't believe he's still on the board, too. I know Arch and CJ Carr are going to be the odds-on favorites, but Trinidad Chambliss still had an awesome year last year, even with the Lane Kiffin controversy. He led that team down the stretch to compete for a national championship, and he had the controversy, I know, with going back to school, but at the same time, like, if he's playing, he's eligible for the award, so I'm going to pick them. For my next national title one, I know that Georgia and Oregon are off the books, and I know, like, a lot of the favorites are off there, but are we really going to still doubt Kirk Cignetti in Indiana, even if a lot of the guys are gone? His quarterbacks are gone, his corners are gone, his wide receivers are gone. But still, like, that's Cignetti. And you always have to, you know him because you don't even have to Google him now. That team is a national champion, so you know them. But I think the roster isn't as good, per se, as they were last year. With just look at the draft. There was Hoosiers all over the first through third rounds. First and second day, there were Hoosiers all over the place. But, man, you still got to believe somewhat in Indiana. They're going to have the underdog mentality still going into the season, so give me Indiana.
I mean, with what Kurt Cignetti has done over the last couple of seasons, even going back to his previous stop, I mean, doubting Kurt Cignetti is not a great thing. So you make a good argument, Grant. I'm going to go another Heisman. I'm going to go Julian Sayin. Ohio State is the favorite to win the title. Julian Sayin is the quarterback of the Ohio State Buckeyes, and he's throwing the ball to NFL caliber wide receivers. So I think the stats are going to be there for Julian Sayin this year. I will take him as my next pick, another Heisman winner.
With my next pick, I'll go with another Ohio State player to win the Heisman, and I will go with Jeremiah Smith. I'm honestly a little surprised he fell all the way here, but I feel like he's just someone I can't pass up with this pick.
Zach is just pumped right now.
I'm going to hop on him.
Pick. That is
Give me
such a
Jeremiah.
Zach pick. I love it. All right, let's see. I got to make 2 Heisman Trophy choices. All right, well, the first one for me, I'll take the guy who I think is the best quarterback in the country. I'll go with Dante Moore out of Oregon. I know a lot of people feel like Arch is. Dante's just smooth. For me, like when I think about who the best quarterbacks are, I think about if my team is playing against them or I'm betting against that team, who is the quarterback that terrifies me the most? And that's not Arch for me. That's Dante Moore. He's money in crunch time. He's great on third down. He's a great athlete. He can make all the throws. And the fact that he came back this year, he knew how good his team was going to be. He wants to win a championship, and I think in the process, he might win himself a Heisman Trophy. So I'll take Dante Moore with my first. And then with my next, I'm going to take Josh Hoover out of Indiana. I know Mendoza won it last year. It's rare for a school to win it 2 straight years, but Lincoln Riley did it at Oklahoma, and I kind of think like Cignetti right now kind of has the blueprint for his QBs to win the Heisman because they don't turn the ball over. His teams always win. They run up the score, and his QBs just pad the stats. So Hoover, I loved his game at TCU. Turnovers was always his issue. If he can clean that up and just keep the rest of his game, he's going to be right there. So I'll take Dante Moore and Josh Hoover as my 2 Heisman picks.
Right, for my final pick, I have to pick someone to win the national championship. So I will go with the team that made the national championship game but lost last year. I will go with the U and Mario Cristobal's team. They bring in Darian Mensah from Duke. I think that's actually an upgrade over Carson Beck, despite what he did in the Hall of Fame game on Thursday. Malachi Toney is a star. They bring back Mark Fletcher at running back as well. Give me the U as my final pick.
Whew, I thought you were going to take mine, Zach, and I would be screwed. But you didn't. And that leaves me with LSU. Give me Lane Kiffin, bringing his boys, his new boys, to the college football playoff because he didn't get to coach last year for Ole Miss. So he's going to be hungry to do it. I'll take LSU as my final national championship winner.
All right, so for my pick, it's a long shot because obviously there were so many favorites that were taken off the board with Carr, Manning, Jeremiah Smith, Sayan, and stuff like that. But I'll go to PJ's neck of the woods, and I'll go to Tuscaloosa. I'm not sure if he's going to be starting. I don't know if it's announced yet, but he's on there on the list. Give me Keelan Russell. Playing college football 26, you advance throughout your dynasty mode. And I swear, Keelan Russell won 2 Heismans back-to-back years. He was that good. I know that's a video game, but still. We haven't seen Keelan Russell, obviously, because Simpson was quarterback last year. And this is his first time probably going to be in that role as a true quarterback, QB1 in Tuscaloosa. And we were talking during the break, PJ, Kalen DeBoer is on the hot seat. You even said 10-2 season, they might be calling for his job. And I think Russell's going to give them chances to go out there and win games. And I think Russell can be one of the guys you see in one of those 4 chairs, 5 chairs, however many chairs they have in New York come December. So give me Keelan Russell as my final pick.
I like it. And to be clear, I won't be calling for his job, but, Phyllis from Mulga and Trevor from Enterprise will probably be calling for his job. So, because that's just the way it is down there. But it's a good pick, a lot of upside. All these championship teams that we listed and all these quarterbacks that we listed are obviously players that we've all seen before. And Russell, we don't know what he's going to turn out to be. So if he turns out to be really good, Bama could be really good and he could win a Heisman. But I think that's what makes them intriguing. But looks like Max is saying in the chat that he likes Zach's picks the best. Arch Manning, Jeremiah Smith. That's a heck of a combo. Your Jets would like to have that combo, Zach. That'd be pretty good.
Keep in mind, the Jets, they have the Colts first round pick this year too. So
I know.
I'm hoping two picks in the top 5. Let's see what happens.
You gotta have the Colts be bad though, Zach.
Which could happen. Yeah. All right. Very good. Kate, Grant, how do you guys feel about your team?
Yeah, I think I like Zach's too. PJ, I also like yours. Sorry, Grant. I don't love mine either. But I would go Zach or Grant to win if I had to pick. I can go Zach. You got a good team, Zach. Good draft, rather.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning Zach for the winner. Just with mine, it's a pick your poison. With you have the first overall pick, so you get the pick of the land of who you want to go, but then at the end you have the last overall pick. So my Heisman favorites were kind of dwindling as I continued, but I still like my draft. It was okay, but yeah. Zach for the win.
There we go.
All right. Done deal. Zach wins. Arch Manning, Jeremiah Smith for his Heisman picks, the Georgia Bulldogs, and Miami Hurricanes for his national champion. All right, we'll wrap things up on the other side with our 3 stars of the day. Stick with us. BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports with PJ Glasser and Kate Constable. Wrapping things up here on BetMGM Game Day. He's PJ Glasser. I'm Kate Constable. We've got our 3 stars of the day coming your way here in just seconds. But before we do, head over to BetMGM, where players will receive a golf odds boost token to use the token at any golf wager to your bet slip and activate that token. If you win your bet that was made with the odds boost token, you'll receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. Head over to BetMGM, take advantage of that. All right, PJ, it is time for our 3 stars, the 3 best moments of the show today. And we will start with number 3.
3.
We inherently, when we go into a new season, we always look back at what happened last year. And last year was a nightmare. It was a disaster for the Commanders. But a lot of that had to do with the fact that they couldn't stay healthy at a number of key positions, most notably the quarterback position with Jaden Daniels getting hurt in 3 separate occasions and just having his entire sophomore season basically ruined by health issues. If he can stay upright and on the field, that is going to raise their ceiling. Losing Laremy Tunsil is pretty significant. I mean, that's his protector, and that it directly relates or directly affects, how well you can protect Jaden Daniels and keep him on the field. So I think it's pretty significant. But this is a team that I have a hard time figuring out because of the same, kind of the inverse of what I just said about the Cowboys, which is that this is another team that invested heavily in their defense because they had such a bad defense last year. Dan Quinn, notoriously, the defensive-minded coach, going into year 3 now where, you forget that year 1, they had an incredibly successful run, going all over the NFC Championship game in a season that nobody really anticipated. But I feel like his seat might be a little
That is Nick Shook on the Commanders. Nick Shook, writer for NFL.com. Yeah, Commanders, PJ, they are a tough team to figure out, kind of as Nick was alluding to.
They certainly are, and now with this Laremy Tunsil injury, they just even become that more confusing.
Yep. How about the Cowboys? Let's go number 2.
2.
They're an interesting case study because the schedule's pretty difficult on paper. Like, they have to go and play the entire NFC West, and their unique games are rather difficult. I know they get Tampa Bay, and they get Baltimore, and they get Houston. I'm fascinated to watch that Dallas-Houston game because it's really strength on strength, presuming everyone stays healthy. But the division price doesn't quite do it for me. They get a couple of scheduling advantages over the Eagles. Notably, they play the Eagles at home on Thanksgiving. It's the 3rd straight home game for Dallas, which is, I don't know how we got that scheduling advantage. And then Eagles, Cowboys in Philadelphia is on Monday Night Football. So both teams get an extra day of preparation. But I like them to be the number 1 seed in the NFC. I got it at 14-1.
PJ, I'm pretty high on the Cowboys this year. I'm not sure number 1 seed in the NFC, but I think they could be good. They feel like a team that everyone is on, though, and what could go wrong when everyone has the same thought on the same team?
What could go wrong? Look, I get it. I mean, the offense is elite. Defense, they got my favorite player in the draft, and Caleb Downs. There's a lot to like, but when everybody sent teams to like the Dallas Cowboys, that's when I turn to look the other way.
Yep. And our number 1 star of the show.
1.
This league is the American League is a head scratcher for sure. I mean, when I think it through right now, I know the best record in the American League is the Rays, and it's similar to me in the National League with the Brewers. I think the recipe that the Rays and the Brewers both have is good enough to have the best record in baseball throughout the regular season. I don't believe it works in October. I don't believe it makes you a World Series team. So I'm not a huge believer in the Rays getting to the World Series out of the American League. The Yankees need to get healthier. Apparently Aaron Judge is coming back, and Giancarlo Stanton is working his way back. But I need to see that. And if those guys do, I do think they should be the favorite. But right now, I don't really know how you don't run with the vibes of the Red Sox.
I mean, PJ, the Red Sox won a boatload of games over the last month. If you're going off of vibes, yeah, the Red Sox, the vibes are pretty high over in Boston right now.
It's been unbelievable. We were talking with Ben earlier, and he was saying before that how the Red Sox were literally the worst team in baseball. Them and the Rockies had the same record. They couldn't hit. And now all of a sudden, 32-6 in their last 38 games. They're tied right now, 3-3 with the A's in the ninth inning. I'm sure they'll find a way to win it because that's just what they've been doing the last 5 weeks. But they are hot. I mean, they swept the Dodgers, last week. They're on some kind of roll right now. So I understand why people like them.
Well, that was Ben Verlander talking to us there about the Red Sox. Thank you to Nick Shook and Nick Hennian for joining us today. PJ, that's going to do it for us here this afternoon. A fun show. Always great hosting with you. Thank you to our board op in our Westwood One Studios, Jude, all our producers, Zach, Max, and Grant, everyone behind the scenes. PJ, fun working with you as always. Thanks for jumping on today. For PJ Glasser, I am Kate Constable. Thanks for joining us. This has been BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.